Investigation into the financial and operating capacity at Black Mountain Utility District. My name is Kent Chandler. I'm Chair of the Kentucky Public Service Commission. Will be presiding over the hearing today. With me is Vice Chair Angie Hatton and Commissioner Mary Pat Regan. I'd ask anybody that's in the hearing room to please turn off your cell phones or to turn them to silent. The purpose of today's hearing is to take evidence in this matter. Before we get started in earnest, we'll have an entry of appearance of counsel. So first for Black Mountain.
Allison Honaker and Heather Temple, Honaker Law Office on behalf of Black Mountain.
Thank you. And for commission staff.
Ashley Hatcher, Mariah Tussey for commission staff.
Okay, thank you. And I have reviewed the record, and public notice was given, let's see here, in the March 6th and March 13th run of the Harlan Daily Enterprise. That public notice indicated that anyone interested in providing public comment could do so by following the instructions on the Public Service Commission website or being here in person. Seeing that there's no one here in person that's not associated with the case, and given the fact that as of 9 o'clock, no one had followed the instructions on the Commission's website in order to provide remote virtual comments, I would just note that if anybody is watching this hearing or watches this hearing, a video of this hearing before the case is submitted, that you can provide public comments at any time during the pendency of the case. We just ask that when you provide public comments that you provide your name, where you're from, and the case number, which in this matter is 2023-00235. You can either email those to the PSC at psc.comment@ky.gov, or you can mail them to the Commission at 211 Sower, S-O-W-E-R, Boulevard, Frankfort, Kentucky, 40602. All right, given that there are no one interested in providing public comments, counsel, Ms. Honaker, have you all discussed an order of witnesses?
We filed a witness list. We had initially said we would call Great Cooper first, the general manager, but I think it would make more sense to call Dan Mosley first, the Harlan Judge Executive.
Do you all have any objection to that?
No.
That'd be fine. I think you can call them in whatever order you'd like, I guess is what I'm trying to get to. I don't think it necessarily matters for our purposes. So, Ms. Honaker, call your first witness.
Yeah. There is a motion to excuse Bill Clem that was pending. Do we need to take that up before we start?
We can. I assume Mr. Clem's not here.
He is not.
So we are not going to excuse Mr. Clem. I mean, he's fine to have missed the hearing, but it's not going to be under the commission's excuse. I think the motion was filed 3 weeks after the hearing was set, and I don't think the commission has ever found that having another job is necessarily in and of itself good cause to be excused.
And we were informed by Mr. Clem on Thursday afternoon that he wasn't going to be able to make it, so we filed it on Friday. And of course, he's works for an engineering firm, and he had a bridge project in Letcher County that he had to be at today. So that's why he's not here. So.
Yeah, and I guess I'll provide a little clarity on the situation as well. The motion indicated that Mr. Clem does not have any knowledge or information on the issues that are subject to this proceeding that is also not possessed by any of the other witnesses. I'm paraphrasing here, but
Yes.
I think that a couple of the issues in this case, there's no one other than Mr. Clem that can have knowledge of the issues, including whether or not he attended the training, whether or not he knew he was supposed to attend the training, his knowledge of 278-300, for instance. So it's hard for me to ask somebody else whether or not he knew what he should have done without him here being able to answer that directly.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
Would you like to, Ms. Honaker?
We call Dan Mosley to the scene.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
All right, please have a seat. There'll be a microphone in front of you. Make sure you pull close to you. And however loud you think you need to talk about 15% louder because
Okay.
for the people in the room. Ms. Honaker?
Can you please state your name for the record?
Dan Mosley.
And how are you employed, Mr. Mosley?
I'm the Harlan County Judge Executive.
And how long have you been the Harlan County Judge Executive?
I took office in January of 2015.
And in this proceeding, did you cause responses to data requests to be filed into the record of this proceeding?
I did.
Do you have any additions or corrections to make to any of those
I do not.
responses? If I were to ask you those same questions today, would your responses be the same?
Yes.
And is it your desire and intent to incorporate those into the record of this proceeding?
Yes, ma'am.
He is ready for cross-examination.
Any questions for the judge?
Yes, Your Honor. What is the role of the judge executive as it relates to the Black Mountain Board of Commissioners?
The Judge Executive appoints or brings forth to the fiscal court nominees for consideration to appoint commissioners to the Utility District Board. Once I bring a nominee to the fiscal court and make a motion to appoint an individual, that individual is either seconded or not seconded for consideration, and then the majority of the fiscal court determines whether the commissioner is seated.
And can you explain how putting up collateral in the form of a certificate of deposit encourages fiscal responsibility for Black Mountain District?
Could you repeat the first part of the question? I had difficulty hearing you.
Can you explain how putting up collateral in the form of a certificate of deposit encourages fiscal responsibility for Black Mountain District?
Yes, you're referring to the collateral that we set forth for the line of credit?
Yes, correct.
Yes. So when I took office in 2015, I was approached by members of the previous Black Mountain Utility District Board of Directors about the rough financial condition of the utility district. And at previous times in years before I served, the board had apparently approached fiscal court members about times when matters were difficult financially and asked for infusions of money to be injected to the Black Mountain Utility District. It is my fundamental philosophy that that's not a good practice. Therefore, given the need financially that the district had, I determined that it would be in the best interest that they borrow money from a financial institution, and the fiscal court in turn pledged a certificate of deposit so that the utility district could get the lowest interest rate possible on the loan. A certificate of deposit, having worked in a financial institution prior to becoming judge executive, I was familiar with the lending process that a CD would give the utility district the opportunity to obtain the best interest rate for repayment, and it was 2 points above whatever the deposit account was drawing. At that time, interest rates were extremely low, so it gave the district the opportunity to pay back a loan at about a 2% or I think it was 2.3 to 2.8, somewhere in that ballpark, rate back. So that was why it was determined that collateral was needed. I was not interested in just writing a check to the utility district as had been done previously. I wanted to see financial accountability, and that's why the collateral was identified.
And did the Harlem Fiscal Court ever give grant money to Black Mountain District?
Yes, the fiscal court appropriated coal severance, and I would call that a grant because it is LGED coal severance funds, and we would appropriate approximately $50,000 a year to go toward debt service.
And when did that grant occur?
The first year that it occurred, I'm not recalling the first year we did that. It had occurred prior to my term in office. There were funds allocated through coal severance to the utility district by previous administration, previous courts. But I don't recall exactly the year that I started line iteming the $50,000 per year. to the district.
Are you familiar with the City of Everett's water system?
I am.
Okay. Do you know what they are currently doing to address their water shortage issues?
Yes. The city of Everett has been plagued with significant water issues for a couple of years. Their mine source, which provided the largest volume of water that they treat, that they use to serve not only the customers in the city of Everett, but also the water that they serve to Black Mountain Utility District to sell to their customers. That source has depleted over the course of time. It has become worse in years. Over the last few years, that mine source has deteriorated. And the city of Everett has attempted to drill new wells to supplement the shortage. The Division of Water authorized a permit to allow the city of Everett to pull from the Clover Fork River to supplement what they were losing from the mine source and the well sources. Unfortunately, when from the months of August through November and December, the mine source gets so low, they have to rely on the river source to supplement the loss. In the mountains of eastern Kentucky, with a lot of activity in the mining and logging arena that has occurred throughout the years, when it rains, our rivers and streams become pretty muddy. The Everett's treatment plant, although it was designed to treat muddy water, it was never built to treat muddy water. So 35 years ago, when that treatment plant was constructed, it was not designed to treat muddy water. So when the water gets to a certain turbidity level, they have to shut off the river pumps and not bring that water in. Over the course of the last few months, over the course of the last 2 years, there have been Black Mountain Utility District customers who have gone without water more than 40 occasions, some lasting 3 to 7 days at times, as a result of this issue. The city of Everett, in conjunction with Kentucky Rural Water Association, has made significant progress. 2 months ago, during an outage that occurred in January of this year, and we're able to fix more than 20 leaks in the system. And they feel like the city of Everett's water loss that had soared to around 70% during that time, during that month, is now back down to under 30% as a result of that particular situation. They are actively pursuing funds to get a new water treatment plant. They've applied for funds for a water storage tank in the city of Everett. Given the water loss issues that they've had, and the fact that the source has deteriorated in such a way, when they have to stop treating water, they have not had excess supply of water to be able to continue to feed the system based on the demands of the system. So they're attempting to add a 533,000 gallon storage tank so that when times are good and they can treat water, they'll have that excess capacity to get them through times that the river pumps have to be shut down due to muddy water.
And do they have any other sources that they can get water from?
No, there is no other source that is available for the city of Everett or the Black Mountain Utility District customers, because the Black Mountain Utility District customers are north of the city of Everett, and the nearest source for water would be the city of Harlan, which is about 8 miles from the city of Everett.
And does the city of Harlan have any water shortage issues?
They do not.
Okay. Are you familiar with any of the other water distributors within Harlan County?
Yes, Cumberland, yeah.
Do any of the other ones face similar issues to Everett's and Black Mountain District?
Could you elaborate?
Sure. Do any of the other water distributors have issues similar to water shortage issues to Everett's and Black Mountain District?
N- The city of Benham has had some water shortage issues related to a mine source at times. None of the situations, though, have been as significant as what the city of Everett has dealt with. The city of Harlan supplies water through an interconnect to the Kaywood Water District when there are issues in the Kaywood Water District. However, Kaywood's issues have not been related to water shortage. It has been due to breaks, leaks, problems of that nature.
I have no further questions. Thank you so much.
Question?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Nice to see you.
Good to see you.
Can you hear me okay?
I can.
Okay. So, Judge, I know that you inherited some water issues when you became judge. You have several separate and distinct water districts within a small county that have not always gotten along and cooperated well. There's lawsuits. I know that you sort of inherited a mess. In the year that I've served on the PSC, we're seeing often a pattern of water districts where new commissioners get appointed and don't necessarily know that they're supposed to go to training, the extent of the responsibilities they're being given. So looking forward and trying to see how the PSC might help better educate commissioners about what they're supposed to do. When you are elected county judge, do you get training on how to appoint water commissioners from CACO, from County Judge Executives Association, anything like that?
We receive a lot of training throughout the course of the year through various conferences. Having served since 2015, I do not ever recall a session related to fiscal court involvement or a session, what I would call fiscal court role in the process of appointing water district commissioners or fiscal court's responsibility to ensure water district members are trained. I was not aware that there was mandatory training for water district commissioners until this particular case was filed. And I've served, obviously I'm in my third term.
Yeah.
And I would suspect that we have a lot of newly elected officials in this term. I think in my third term, there are only about 30 judge executives that are still around that were around when I got elected my first term. So not only do I think that, or don't recall that ever being in a training that I participated in, I think it would be a great need for moving forward.
Yeah, I attended a water training. The PSC actually now does 6 a year, in-person water commissioner trainings. And the commissioners who were there were learning things like you can't go into debt without permission from the PSC.
Correct.
And the way you have to document things in your minutes and how you can use your water surcharge funds and things like that. So I was wondering if the root of the problem is that county judges are not necessarily aware of what a big responsibility it is when they're appointing their water commissioners. And so you think there would be a need for some additional, maybe at CACO's training this year or somewhere else, to teach county judges what they need to tell their water commissioners when they appoint them?
I do, and I think the proper venue for that would definitely be with the Kentucky County Judge Executives Association and the Kentucky Magistrates and Commissioners Association. given the fact that magistrates have votes in the matter of who gets appointed to water districts. I think it's important that they understand the responsibility of that. My role in appointing those members has always been to find the most competent, capable individuals that have the community at heart, people that are respected in the community, to make sure that we look at folks that are business people, people that have had to make a payroll, people that have been experienced with engineering situations, financial knowledge, to try to get those folks involved. It is difficult to try to convince people, especially in areas where there are problems, to understand the importance. It really is a civic responsibility, but a lot of folks aren't raising their hands saying, pick me to be on the water district board.
And what about, have you ever had any sort of training, or has anyone talked to county judges about the level of autonomy that the board should have from the fiscal court?
I understand that. I don't think there has been any type of training that has occurred, but it has always been my opinion that the board is there for a purpose, and that there is the fiscal court is not designed to be running the water district, nor do we try to. That there is a level of a layer between us. We rely on the board members to oversee the operations of the district and really stay at arm's length with that. Generally, the only time that we're having conversations with the manager of the water district is when there are significant problems. We do meet to talk about projects, particularly with funding that has come about through the Cleaner Water Grant Program, other opportunities for CDBG or ARC funding, or places where people speak with us about water line extensions. But the lion's share of our conversations occur during the events that we've experienced from the standpoint of outages during disaster situations.
All right, thank you. That's
Thank
all the
you.
questions I have.
Morning, Judge.
Good morning.
You've got two water districts in Harlan County, right?
That is correct. Kaywood Water District and Black Mountain Utility District.
Mr. Cooper's worked for both of them, is that right?
That is correct.
They are distinct and separate, like they're not physically connected to each other. Is that right?
They do not interconnect. Correct.
They don't directly interconnect.
That is correct.
They could, I mean, yeah. If you were a fish, you could swim from, if all the valves were open, maybe one end or the other, but they're on not necessarily opposite ends of the county, but they're different parts of the county. Is that fair enough?
Yes, the Harlan system kind of separates the two.
You'd have to go through.
That's correct.
Yeah. And with the exception of I don't even know what part of the Kaywood system it is, but the part of the Kaywood system that gets their water from Pineville.
Yes,
There's a neighborhood out there, I don't know.
that's a path fork.
Thank you. So then you also have the cities. You have Harlan, Everett's, and then with Benham, Cumberland, and Lynch, do all of those have their own separate water systems, or do they have, any of them have combined systems?
Cumberland, Benham, and Lynch all have 3 separate water and 3 separate sewer systems.
Efficiency is what you're saying, the word is in Harlan County, efficiency, right? And so we've got 2 water districts, Harlan, Everett's. Are there any other water systems?
Cumberland, Benham, and Lynch.
Okay, so we got Cumberland, Benham, and Lynch, Kaywood, Black Mountain, Everett's, Harlan.
Correct.
Anything else? Any other?
Harlan supplies Loyal,
Okay. All right.
and then Loyal does still have their own sewer system.
Okay. So Kaywood gets their water, except for the part that's connected to Pineville. Kaywood gets their water from Harlan.
No, Kaywood produces their own water,
They get
but
backup from Harlan.
they have a backup for a section of the community where there is a senior living facility. That interconnect was done for the purpose of serving Cattards Creek to make sure if Kaywood had a problem somewhere else, that area could be utilized from the city of Harlan source.
Okay, we'll talk about that in a second as
Okay.
it relates to, okay. So Harlan can't back up the entire Kaywood system, just that portion of it? Is that
Just
what you're
that
saying?
portion of it.
Okay, all right. And then, how much that you're aware of? I can ask Mr. Cooper, I know, but how much of the Black Mountain system is served by Everett's?
Just the system from Everett's to Holmes Mill, Everett's to what we refer to as Turner's Creek at Black Mountain, and Everett's to Brookside, which is about 4 miles south of Everett's.
Okay. So south, east, and a little bit north?
Correct.
Okay. And then it dead ends out at past Llewellyn? Is that right, the Black Mountain system?
It ends at Holmes Mill.
Holmes Mill,
Yeah.
okay. And then Benham, Lynch, and Cumberland over the mountain from that portion we were just talking about, the Holmes Mill dead end, right?
Yeah, it's across the mountain. Geographically, on a map, it looks very close, but the highest mountain range in Kentucky separates the Holmes Mill area from the Cumberland Benham
Yeah,
Lynch area.
growing up in a county that has like the third lowest, highest point of like 500 feet, it is hard to tell the difference on a map.
Yes.
All right, and then Benham, Cumberland, and Lynch, they all produce their own water? They just have separate distribution systems?
That is correct. They all produce their own water. They each have their own water treatment plants.
Okay. And can they get water? There's a line that runs between them down to Harlan. Can they get water from Harlan, do you know?
There is a line that runs from Cumberland down to Tots. That Cumberland serves customers outside the city limits of Cumberland,
Yeah.
down toward Harlan.
Okay.
Black Mountain Utility District comes up to Putney and goes a little bit further than that. Mr. Cooper could definitely testify better than I could on where their system actually ends right there before
Okay.
Cumberland begins. I don't know that I answered your
Yeah,
question.
so the road.
Yeah.
The road, it's served by somebody, but it's not the same water line. It's not the same utility that serves the entire road that goes from Benham, Lynch, and Cumberland all the way down to Harlan.
Correct.
Yeah.
Lynch's system ends there. There was an interconnect done years ago between Lynch, Benham, and Cumberland before I took office. But the problem is that Lynch's lines are larger than Benham, and Cumberland's lines are about the size of Lynch's lines, but because Benham is in the middle of those two cities, it makes it impossible to feed.
Yeah. Like
when
it's like a barbell. Goes from big to small back.
That's correct.
Yeah. Okay. All right. And we're talking about elevation change too. So changing diameter of pipes and changing elevation.
Yes.
Is not fun. Okay, great. You've appointed, I guess at this point, you had an opportunity to appoint or reappoint most everybody on the Kaywood and the Black Mountain system, right?
Yes.
I think the commission appointed some of the people on the Black Mountain board in 2020, so they would be up soon. If not, you haven't. If you haven't already, you would soon reappoint or appoint those.
Correct. The commission appointed one member, and I believe that was Dwayne Williams.
Do you know whether? And I think okay. Well, we'll just start at Kaywood for a second. Do you know whether Kaywood pays any of their water district commissioners?
I believe they do, but I believe that it's, I believe $100 a meeting, I believe is what the compensation is there.
Do you know whether Black Mountain does?
Black Mountain does not.
Okay. Did you know that and I'm stating the law here, but you just tell me what you do know. You know that the statutes permit a water district commissioner to be paid for doing their job.
Yes, I do.
Are you aware that that is subject to approval by the fiscal court?
I'm aware of that.
Okay. And that it's up to a certain amount with training and it's up to a certain amount without training?
Yes.
Okay. And so you got to do the 12-month training within a year of being a commissioner. You can seek an extra 6 months. But if you want to be paid the full maximum allowed under the statute and with the approval of the fiscal court, you'd have to do 6 hours of training per year.
That is correct.
Has the fiscal court, since you've been on in 2015, talked about paying either the Kaywood or, in this instance, the Black Mountain commissioners something for doing that job?
We have not. My understanding was that the fiscal court authorized commissioners to be paid, but that the water district itself paid the commissioners for their service.
Oh, yeah, the money comes out of, yeah,
Yes.
I didn't mean to
We-
imply that. Have you all talked to the fiscal court about empowering the water district to pay the commissioners?
No, we have discussed that. As conversations have arisen related to people willing to serve, it's been our thought that with Kaywood already compensating commission members or commissioners on the Kaywood Water District and have doing so for years, that at some point in the course of time, well before I become judge, that the fiscal court must have already authorized commissioners to be compensated. So we kind of felt like that, it might have occurred before us. We've went through some minutes to look, have not located anything in what I would call modern history. The other issue is that given the financial situation and the fact that there's been a lot of water outages that have occurred, our priority has been trying to figure out ways to obviously invest in the system itself. The commissioners that I appointed understood that it didn't pay anything when we appointed them. And so the fiscal court hasn't taken any type of new action to authorize payment.
Okay. So Black Mountain has just pulling up their annual report here. This is for 2022. The annual report filed with the commission. I think that was December that it got filed with us. Annual operating expenses of $2.3 million and lost $601,000 against that $2.3 million in expenses. Is 5 members on that board? Is that right?
That is correct.
And I don't know that it's clear in the statute whether you all can, the fiscal court can expand or narrow that, but at 5 members, even at the maximum 6,000 would be 30 grand.
Sure.
That would be 5% of the net loss. I mean, it's not that big of an amount relative. I guess what I take from your response is that you all think you can spend $30,000 better. There's a better use of $30,000 given the shape of the system if you were to go that route. Is that the conversation?
Well, I'm not saying it's a better use. I'm saying that there hasn't been a mood to really address it, considering the issues that have had.
While people's water's out.
Correct.
Yeah.
And the fact that, all these gentlemen that have been appointed understood when they went on that it didn't pay anything. And I didn't learn until a couple of years ago that Kaywood had even compensated members $100 a meeting, or I believe that. I'm fairly certain that is the amount that they pay their commissioners.
So, Black Mountain is entirely dependent on other people for water, other systems for water.
100%. They are 100% distribution.
And Black Mountain has its own operational issues in terms of leaks, right?
Yes, they have had water loss.
Okay. And I'm pretty high water loss. I'll just take I know everything's relative here, but, well, this one doesn't even provide the percentage. 42% in fiscal year, or calendar year 2022. 41.99, so same as makes no difference. And then it depends on Everett's and Harlan for water. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. Any idea whether Harlan has water loss? I'll call it issues, but I don't know what percentage if we start calling it an issue. I don't know if like 20% it's an issue or 10% it's an issue or 50% it's an issue. But do you know whether Harlan has any significant water? You've been judge executive for almost 9 years now. Do you know if they have any water loss issues that cause greater operating constraints?
The City of Harlan Municipal Water Works System has some amount of water loss, but it's not anywhere close to what has been experienced in other systems.
Yeah.
Of course, the City of Everett system has been the system that has had the most extreme water loss.
And that's what I was going to ask you. So Everett, you were explaining in response to the staff's questions a few minutes ago about Everett's water treatment issues, right? The turbidity, the silt, the fact that the well literally it didn't run dry, but they're having problems with their source water. But then even when they produced it and pumped it, how do I say this nicely? When they would treat a certain amount of water, that amount of water that quantity didn't always get to where it was going. Is that, do you understand what I'm trying to say?
Yep.
They have water loss issues on the way to giving it to Black Mountain. Is that your understanding?
The City of Everett definitely has water loss issues on the way of getting it to Black Mountain.
Okay.
The way their system is set up, it has to go through this tank has to be, the South Branch tank has to be to a certain level before they can send it to the tank going towards, I can't think of the name of the tank right off the top of my head. I apologize.
But they've got to fill their system to create pressure to push out again because of the topology and geography of the
that is
system.
correct, due to elevation.
Yeah. And when you're at the end of the line, proverbially or literally, you're dependent on everything that happens up the line.
That is correct.
That's the spot that Black Mountain is in, at least out towards the Holmes
Mill.
Mill.
Llewellyn to Holmes Mill.
And so it's a production problem. It's we'll call it transmission from of the city to Black Mountain, and then it's a distribution issue on Black Mountain side in terms of, hey, we bought 100,000 gallons of water. We're only getting 60 to meters. That's the sort of process of issues generally.
Yeah, but I would
Okay.
counter with that, and Mr. Cooper could certainly speak more to the water loss in the specific areas in the Clover Fork system that serves.
That's helpful.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and yeah.
that's an average. 40%, 42% is an average across the system, and
Yeah.
each section may have its own distinct water loss.
But it is my understanding that the section that we're referring to on the Clover Fork end is significantly lower than the 40%.
And that's a function of it being parts of it 10 to 15 years old.
Correct.
Maybe
Newer-
not even 10 years old.
Correct. Newer lines.
New infrastructure.
That's
Yeah.
right.
Okay, that's helpful. I think that's entirely accurate. I think it's so new that the Kentucky WRS system, the water research or water resource system, still has it being a pending project as if it hasn't gone in the ground. But I'm pretty sure
It's there.
gone in the ground because the city's those homes are being served, or they're not being served and they're frustrated by it. Yeah. Okay. To the question you were asked earlier about the fiscal court or the judge's role in the operation of a water district, or what's your role as it relates to water districts? Is it when people's water go off and their water goes off, do you think they call you or the water district, or both?
Both.
Yeah. So let me ask, as it relates to you, I think I said it, 3, 4, 5, 6. You have 7 water utilities in your county. And that's not even to say that you may not have parts of your county that are maybe served, like the edges from folks in other counties. I don't know. But you've at least got 7 individual water utilities. Many of them depend on each other for backup or for supply and the water goes in all these different directions, and you've got backup for the, you say nursing home on the Kaywood system?
It's a senior living facility.
Senior
yes.
living facility.
Called the Laurels.
But you don't have a backup, for instance, on the jail, for instance?
That is correct, we do not.
Okay. And so,
At this time,
Wow.
we are exploring
Yeah,
options.
I appreciate your optimism on this, but right now, I mean, if the water's not there, it's not there. There's not a second way to get it to a place where people are living effectively.
It's correct,
Yeah, yeah.
especially on Clover Fork.
Yeah, and there's no other way to get water to the Holmes Mill area except go through Everett's.
There isn't, because of the nearest, it goes into the Virginia side of the mountain at the end of Holmes Mill, and the nearest town is, I believe, St. Charles, and it is several miles away from the Holmes Mill area.
Yep.
And it's my understanding on the Virginia side, there's not been extent, and you're talking about a mountain in between, and the fact that the huge mountain. I mean, Harley County has 11 of the 15, I think, highest peaks in Kentucky. The elevation in between that section of the county and the Tri-Cities area, there's never been any type of infrastructure constructed to be able to provide a backup from that way over.
Yeah. So unless Keoki just falls into $1 billion and starts running water lines everywhere, it's not going to. The fix isn't going to come from the east, right?
That is highly
Or the
unlikely.
southeast. Okay.
Yeah.
And we were talking about earlier about the mountain from the Tri-Cities area to that end, this sort of loop, I guess I'd say. That has its own issues, I assume, because there's a mountain in the way.
There's a mountain in the way. The only feasible option would be, and right now there's an effort underway for Cumberland to produce water for citizens in Letcher County that are on the Harlan County side of the mountain. There's a piece of Letcher County that Pine Mountain divides, and people in the Partridge area have never had access to city water. There's a project that Cumberland is attempting to extend into Letcher County to be the source for those folks who've never had water, period. I don't know that there would be capacity. I don't think it's been studied
Okay.
to potentially take that up a mountain known as, we refer to it in Harlan County as Slope Hollow. It's an old state road that is mainly suitable for off-road vehicles. The only solution to try to utilize the Cumberland system to serve customers over there would be infrastructure up that mountain with a tank up top, and then drop it off and let it gravity feed where Everett's and BMUD currently connect.
As a practical matter, the question I asked you earlier, if the water goes out, do they call Black Mountain or you first? You said both.
It's both.
Is there a practical distinction between whether the water goes off in Black Mountain or Kaywood, or whether it goes off in Benham Lynch, Cumberland, or Everett's? They still call you?
I don't hear from city customers that they're getting their bill from the city as much as I do people that are out in the county.
So, the question, I'll go back to it, the question was asked to you earlier, how do you see your job as it relates to the water district? How do you see your job related to the fact that, of sort of the entire utility, or we'll just call it water for now, water infrastructure in the county, given how dependent and interconnected all the different systems are?
Well, I think my job is a huge component of it, from the standpoint of making sure that we have competent people appointed to our boards to operate, to see that the system is operated as it should, and that it's overseen properly. Secondly, I feel like my role is to assist the districts in finding funding for projects that are meaningful to the citizens and to the ratepayers. I feel like that my role is to try to help them navigate through those applications. We've certainly done that through identifying projects, particularly most recently with the Cleaner Water Grant Program. And, as you all could understand, with when you've got 7 utilities or 7 different systems and a limited amount of funds, there's a handout from all these folks that have needs in their system. And although I'm grateful for the amount of funding that has been identified for this program that was created by the governor and funded by the General Assembly, there's still a lot more need than there is funding.
Yeah, and that's good. That's why I want to. But that's going to be the case.
Yes.
Like there is just not enough public funding to meet all of the identified public needs for infrastructure. Like
Agreed.
It probably never will be. Right. At some point, there has to be other sources of funds. So let's talk about the state, cleaner water. Then there are rural development, RD grants and loans.
Correct.
But loans they come with a cost.
Correct.
Right. And then there are, I'll call them internally generated funding, right?
Correct.
So taking the depreciation, recovering the depreciation on previous investments and using that to reinvest in the system, fix the system, make new investments. A few of the utilities, a few of the water districts across the state do that. They take their internally generated funds and use that and it just kind of is a perpetual place to reinvest money. I say reinvest into the system. Black Mountain is losing money. I had this statement earlier. I think it was like $600,000 last year. It was $400,000 the year before that, right? That over 2 years is $1 million that the utility would have had to put into the ground in terms of investments, and that's $1 million that utility would have had to fix the leaks and to put in new pipe, and $1 million they wouldn't have needed to get somewhere else, which is frees up $1 million for somebody else who needs it, or for them, they may need the additional $1 million. Do you attend the Black Mountain meetings?
I've attended some. I do
as
not.
issues come up?
Yes, I do not attend them monthly. I may attend 2 to 3 a year. Would probably be that, and Kaywood would probably be the best description. I would have to look at my calendar to see when I've been there, but it's generally 2 to 3 a year to discuss projects or funding issues.
Okay. And the reason I ask is, going all the way back to the question about sort of your role and the fiscal court's role, frankly. You make the appointments, fiscal court actually they vote to put the people on there or not to put the people on there.
That's correct.
Do you think that the fiscal court has a good idea of the operational and financial position of Black Mountain? Like, do you think, I'll just ask it very directly. Do you think that other members of the fiscal court are aware that they've lost $1 million over the last 2 years?
I would say that they're not.
Okay. And just sort of your worldview, having been in your position as long as you have, do you think that that is a valuable that is a useful metric in determining appointments and confirmations for water district commissioners? Like, what faces the person when they're appointed, right? What kind of situation it's in for a new appointment, and then for a reappointment, at least one of the considerations to take, one of the items to take under consideration in considering a reappointment.
I would definitely say that would be a factor.
Does the water district come to fiscal court meetings and give any updates, either annually or biannually, about their financial or operational conditions?
No.
So I know you go to a couple meetings a year, 2 to 3 2 to 3 probably for each of the water districts, either you said when they have problems or they have needs. Do the other fiscal court members go to any of the water district water district meetings?
A former magistrate that passed away used to attend occasionally, and I believe another magistrate has attended a couple, but not regularly.
Okay, and was it usually the magistrate that's the area served by that water district?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So the Harlan magistrate may not necessarily go out and, from the other end of the county, I'm just curious.
The way the system is laid out, the magistrate that actually serves the city of Harlan also has Baxter, Ross Point, Putney, Bledsoe, Big Laurel, those areas that DEMO serves.
That area on the way up to the Tri-Cities?
That's correct, up to Tots.
To Tots.
Or, I'm sorry, up to now, Putney, north of Putney is now a separate magisterial area.
I guess that's maybe a distinction with BMUD, how sort of dispersed the system is. It may be geographically a couple of the different magisterial districts.
Yeah, only one magistrate on our court does not have customers in his district that are BMUD customers.
Okay. Is that like the Kaywood area?
That's the Kaywood area.
Okay. There's some money that comes through. You were talking earlier about the coal severance taxes. You called it, the question was about a grant, but it's the state didn't keep all the coal severance. They gave some to the counties to hand out, is basically, right, the situation we're talking about. Did you all take into account, or have you, in terms of, insofar as the fiscal court has the ability to direct funding, have you all taken into account the financial, either the operational or financial condition of utilities in making that decision?
Yes, the financial condition, for sure.
And so on that, if the money is being used for an investment, okay, walk me through your sort of personal perspective on the concern between, hey, they need money, but also, are we throwing good money after bad in just, without conditions, giving this money over to this entity, whether it's a city or a county-owned water utility?
So with particular, I'll start with the funding that I referenced, the coal severance funding. The $50,000 a year that we started funding at one particular point was to assist in the USDA bond payment that Black Mountain Utility District has that's part of their debt service. I don't believe that covers the entire amount, but it was to go toward assisting with that payment, because the former treasurer, financial person that took care of paying the bills for Black Mountain Utility District, Mr. Gwynn, that was the first concern that he approached me about when I took office, was that they were having difficulty making that payment. And if that payment cannot be made, that potentially could risk putting the system in receivership. And that was a concern of his in 2014, prior to when I took office. Mr. Gwynn's no longer the treasurer. He has since retired, and Mr. Troy Gall now handles the finances. We have continued to identify those funds as part of our annual budget. Now with coal severance, that requires that DLG approves it, Department of Local Government approves it, and that legislators concur with the use of the funds. And that's been something that we have continued for Black Mountain Utility District throughout the course of the last few years.
Covering that payment.
Subsidizing that payment.
Yeah. That by definition is just covering an operating expense, right?
Yeah, I would consider that.
Yeah. And if the rates cover that operating expense, that would be money available to make investments in the system to fix some of the, let's just say, some of the leaks that are actually incurring additional expenses for the utility.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. In other counties, we've had instances of, we've had water district commissioners say, I've been told by so-and-so at the fiscal court or the judge executive or whoever in our county, that as a, these are people who are being paid something. So there's people actually want, some of these water district commissioner jobs, that as a condition of keeping their position, that they absolutely cannot seek a rate increase. They absolutely cannot seek to make their rate sufficient to cover their expenses. Have you heard of, has that been a discussion at fiscal court meetings since you've been at the, since you've been judge executive?
Can you rephrase that?
can you remember fiscal court meetings where members of the fiscal court have stated that a precondition of somebody becoming a water district commissioner or staying a water district commissioner is conditioned upon agreeing not to seek adequate rates at the Public Service Commission?
That's not ever been discussed amongst court members on my fiscal court. I have heard of situations in the state where that has been a problem through just conversations with judges. But none of my court members have ever said, I'm not in favor of this appointment because I'm afraid we've always tried to just identify people that would be very conscious of the decisions that they're making and know what the situation entails, and if rate increases are something that has to occur, that we would have people on there that wouldn't be afraid to make that decision. That's been more of our focus, is finding people that we know that would be fiscally sound, a fiscally sound mind, but not, not trying to imply that we don't want them to raise rates or anything like that. We want them to be conscious of the whole situation.
Do what's necessary.
Do what's necessary to make sure that people have water. That's been the number one goal.
Yeah. Okay. Do you know how much? These are my last questions for you, Judge. Do you know how much of your county, or how many customers you all expect do not have access to city water?
The prior court, before I took office, done an array of water line extensions, some of which the fiscal court funded. In fact, the area Holmes Mill to Llewellyn, the fiscal court is still paying debt on that section. That was funded back in, I believe, Mr. Brock, who is a board member for Black Mountain Utility District. He was on the fiscal court when that project was done. But we're still paying debt on that system. I was always told, and I believe this to be true, that more than 97% of our county citizens have city water, or have access to city water. Some people may choose to still be on wells or what have you, but and I believe that number may even be greater than 97%. There are places on tops of mountaintops where it is not feasible to spend $150,000 to run an extension to one customer. That has not occurred, or there's been places where the system would have to go and flush so much to be able to keep a high quality of water in an area.
Yep.
That they wouldn't be able to, it would add to water loss issues and such. So there's been decisions not to run to places, but I would say more than 97% have access to city water.
So insofar as funding, grants, loans, whatever, become available, is it safe to say that in Harlan County the focus is more on looking at the efficiency of how water is provided, as opposed to where some counties are still looking at trying to make sure it's available to a broader number of folks?
No, you're correct. Efficiency and rehabilitation of existing infrastructure.
Okay.
We've applied for congressional earmark of $2 million to replace water lines here in the last, the funding request that came out in January. We've applied for that for the fiscal court to determine where that need is. We've not identified a particular area or a particular district. It has been broad for us to determine where that need is based on consultation with, if we get funded, then we'll consult engineers and with the water districts and the cities to determine where the greatest need is. But yes, our focus is how do we obtain funding for rehab. There has been some discussion about a couple of locations where people don't have water, but there's been no projects begin or be funded to do any of that.
Okay. And I guess, do you have concerns that system studies, engineering, this look at that efficiency or efficacy is being looked at from 7 different perspectives as opposed to a consolidated or regionalized basis? Like, does it make sense in your, does it make sense in your opinion for, I'm gonna try to say this without, I'm not trying to attempt to end your political career, is what I'm trying to be clear about. Does it make sense to continue to have, over the next 40 years, let's talk about
Yeah.
long term, to continue to have 7 separate disparate systems in Harlan County?
It makes no sense
Okay.
to have 7 separate systems.
And then how we get to something less than 7 is the question effectively.
Yes, and of course, there was the fiscal court voted to support the merger of Kaywood and Black Mountain Utility District several years ago, I believe in 2017 and maybe 2016, and the commission studied the feasibility of merger and determined that it was not appropriate at that time.
Yeah, my characterization of that would be that I think the commission found, and I wasn't on the commission, so I can comment on it, that combining two individuals that are drowning is only going to result in both of them.
That is correct.
Yeah.
And frankly, that has really hurt BMUD's situation because Green Hills and Wallen's systems were dumped on them in the last 15 years. And those were 2 failing systems that had major problems. And a lot of the infrastructure that was in the Green Hills system is what is adding to the significant water loss that BMUD has right now.
Okay.
And from the Tri-Cities perspective, I guess, let me address that. Cumberland, Benham, and Lynch, that's 3 separate systems, both water and sewer. There is currently a EPA involvement to study the feasibility of merging the wastewater systems first. And there's been community meetings about that, on how to do that. But at some point in the future, I feel like there should be one water system that serves that entire area and produces the water for the citizens of Letcher County that need that.
Yeah. I've joked driving through it, if they didn't have signs for each town, you wouldn't know you were leaving one and
That is correct.
going to the next, right? Yeah. All right, and then last, and to the vice chair's question, did you know that one of the 4, and we're having 6 this year, so we're really trying to up our game here. But that historically one of the 4 places that the commission has held water district commissioner trainings is at Pine Mountain State Park.
I was aware of that.
Okay, and that's, I don't know, to the edge of Harlan County, that's no more than an hour.
30 minutes. Yeah,
30 minutes
well,
from
now,
Harlan.
yeah,
Okay.
from the furthest point an hour.
Yeah, okay.
And I was aware of that within the last year.
Okay,
I wasn't aware of that prior.
and anybody can go. So you go back, magistrates ask you how it went, you say, went well for, what is it, $75? It's a nominal fee, $100 maybe. You can attend 2-day training and they'll learn everything they ever wanted to know about water district commission.
I personally look forward to getting the dates on my calendar.
And the food at Pine Mountain is the best food in the state.
I would agree with that.
Yeah. All right, council, any redirect?
I have a couple questions.
Yes.
I want to follow up on your answer that you just gave about, I think, Green Hills and Wallens. Is that the only 2 districts or sewer systems that have kind of been given to Black Mountain, for lack of a better term?
Yes, Green Hills Water collapsed in, I believe, 2010 or 2011. And actually, I believe it was 2011. And at that point in time was consolidated with Black Mountain Utility District. There was Wallens was well before that. I believe, I don't remember the exact year, but those were the only 2.
Okay. is there a small sewer system that was kind of given to BMUD too, or?
Yes, it's a package treatment system that is near the community of Close Flint. And I'm sure Mr. Cooper could speak more intelligently about that system and how it operates, but it was dumped into BMUD's lap before I took office. And it is an extraordinary cost with little revenue. I recall back Mr. Gwynn, when he was the accountant, advising me that it was costing Black Mountain Utility District about $25,000 to $30,000 a year to operate that system, and they were generating about $1,200 in revenue a year.
And you stated that the Green Hills system was in bad shape, basically, and that may be one of the reasons why their water loss is up to that 40%.
Yes,
in that
it's been my understanding that that has been an area that has really struggled as it relates to water loss.
And do you know if Black Mountain has made any strides in correcting that area?
They've
Or would that be
replaced,
better for
I know they've
Mr.
replaced
Cooper?
a lot of pipe over there, but I would rely on Mr. Cooper to talk about what he's been able to do since he's been in the manager role there.
Okay, and then I just want to follow up a little bit on the city of Everett. Can you tell me what the county has tried to do to help make sure that the BMUD customers, have water when that system goes out? Can you give me any
Yes.
details on that, or what Black Mountain has done that you're aware of to kind of help with the Black Mountain customers?
Yes. So when the city of Everett has had issues, and like I said, those have really been worse over the last 2 years. The fiscal court has acquired tractor trailer loads of water on multiple occasions, gallon jugs or bottled water, to distribute to the citizens that have been impacted. We have set up distribution points with our fire departments to make a point of distribution, but also utilized either our personnel or volunteers through the fire department rescue squad to get gallons of water taken to people that are shut in or elderly or sick that can't go get it. From the standpoint of trying to help Everett's get back online, we have devoted equipment, personnel on repeated occasions to assist with finding leaks and helping the city of Everett try to fix those to be able to replenish the system in a quicker fashion so that the people have access to running water quicker. BMUD has also helped Everett repeatedly by sending their leak detector up there to try to find leaks in the city of Everett system. BMUD has provided staff to go inside to help at times because BMUD hasn't had a problem on their end. Most recently in January, there would have been no way for BMUD to have provided help to Everett because there was a significant issue in the Bledsoe area with breaks, and they had to get that situation under control and back up and running before they could provide help anywhere else.
All right, I have nothing further.
Anything else? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll take a short recess and call Mr. Cooper. All right, we'll be in recess for 2 minutes. We'll come back at 10:25. 35, Ms. Honaker, I'd like to call your next witness.
Grant Cooper?
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
All right, please have a seat. Please state your name and address for the record.
Name's Grant Cooper. Address is 608 Chad Street, Lowell, Kentucky, 408-504.
Ms. Honaker?
And how are you employed, Mr. Cooper?
I'm the manager of Black Mountain Utility District.
And how long have you been the manager of Black Mountain?
Almost 3 years.
Okay. And prior to that, were you manager of a different water district?
Wood Water District,
And how long had you been that manager?
3 years.
Okay. And did you cause responses to data requests to be filed in the record of this case?
Yes.
Do you have any additions or corrections to make to any of those?
No, I do not.
If I were to ask you those same questions today, would your responses be the same?
Yes, they would.
And is it your desire and intent to incorporate those into the record?
Yes.
Witness is available for cross.
Counsel?
Good morning, Mr. Cooper. How are you doing?
Doing good. How are you?
I'm good. If there are any questions that are better suited for another witness, please let me know and I'll make a note to ask that witness. First, what are your duties as the general manager for Black Mountain District?
My duties are to monitor water loss, monitor the employees, monitor the financials that come through, overtime, cost of materials, searching the most feasible, cost-efficient materials that I can get, making sure that all the district is covered and all the work orders that are coming in are taken care of on a timely and efficient manner, and making sure that the entire system is covered with leak detection and the best possible way to prevent water loss.
How often do you communicate with the Board of Commissioners?
Just about on a daily basis.
Do you review the orders of the commission when the district receives them?
Yes, I do.
Who is responsible for updating the district's information with the Public Service Commission?
That would be our office, me and our office.
Okay. Could you please tell us what the status of the 2021 and 2022 audit reports is?
They are with the auditors right now, and they are working on them.
And do you plan on filing the audit reports for all years between 2015 and 2022, apart from 2017, which has been provided in the Master Utility Database?
Yes.
And can you confirm that the Board of Commissioners are not paid anything?
They are not paid a dime.
Okay. And can you confirm that for Kwood, they were paid $100 per meeting?
When I was there, they was.
Okay. I'm going to be asking you questions related to the financing policy that was approved by the board on December 12, 2023. Did the board prepare this policy in conjunction with an attorney?
Yes.
Okay. Has the board reviewed any current indebtedness and determined the need for commission approval?
Explain on indebtedness.
Do you have any current indebtedness, like loans or other types of funding, and determined that that in fact needs commission approval?
Yes.
Okay. And could you elaborate on that?
The Monticello bank loan. Well, we just found out that, well, it was brought to our attention within the order that it needed approval. We did not know it at the time.
And does the board have any future indebtedness in review currently with this policy?
No.
Do you prepare monthly reporting packages to the board so that they can discuss financials, water loss, and things of that nature at their board meetings?
Yes.
As a post-hearing data request, could I request any of those packages to be provided to the commission?
Yes.
Thank you. Was Black Mountain District required to sign any documents related to the coal severance money that was provided from the Harlan Fiscal Court?
I cannot answer that question.
Is there someone who you think could answer that question?
It would be either our board chair or Dan Mosley.
And does Black Mountain District have any compliance or reporting responsibility related to any funds that are received from the fiscal court?
I do not know that. That would be to the board chair and Dan.
Okay. Has Black Mountain District received any grants directly from either Kentucky or the federal government?
Yes, we have two clean water grants right now, one for 820 through KIA Clean Water Act, and one for 175 through KIA Clean Water Act.
And can you confirm that Black Mountain District was using a portion of the $100,000 in federal grant money to pay delinquent bills for daily operating expenses?
That was the grant that was from the physical court in 2020, I think, was it? Is that the one you're talking about?
I believe it was, let me see, do you know what it was? Yeah, yes, that's correct. Do you know what the purpose of that grant money was?
I just came right after that money was established. The chair and Dan could tell you what it was for, but that money was used to buy meters throughout the system that was failing or out of date, and some of it was used to buy 2 vehicles because the vehicles in the system were so old that they were falling apart, and we had to have something to service the system with.
And what was the Kia Cleaner Water Program funding approved for?
It was approved for rehabilitation in Wildlands in the Green Hills area.
And what has that fund been used for?
So far, it has been used to buy $400,000 worth of meters to go throughout the system that will replace the aged meters. It is going to be used to replace old meters, not old meters, old motors and pumps within the Green Hill system and in the Wallen system that we do not have redundancy for. And it was used to purchase part of the $175,000 is going to be used to purchase a new backhoe for the system and equipment, because that's what it was stated for, was the $175,000 was stated for equipment. And then the rest of the $820 is going to use for pumps and motors.
And how many meters would that purchase?
That purchased 1,567 meters.
Okay, and how many more meters does Black Mountain District have?
There was 2,136, and we got, so that's 700 more.
Okay, and do you plan to purchase all of those meters?
Periodically throughout the year.
Okay, and does Black Mountain plan to capitalize on these meters?
Capitalize.
Like capitalize the asset for
Yes.
financing purposes?
Yes.
Okay. Who's installing these meters?
We are.
Okay, so you're personally installing them? Okay. Is there a specific employee that's tasked with installing the meters?
I have 4 that is doing it.
How would you describe the current financial situation of the district?
The current financial situation is better now than it was due to the fact that when I started in the district, let's take the Green Hills area, for example. When I started in the district, the water loss over there was like 72 to 73%. We started going over there and doing leak checks and stuff, coming to find out that they was paying for 3.4 million gallon a month water from Pineville, and about 2.1 of it was going on the ground from tanks overflowing from telemetry and from leaks that wasn't being found. We found those leaks, and we went from purchasing 3.4 million down to purchasing 1.1 to 1.5. That's just on the Green Hills side. Then when you go to the Wallen side, the water loss there was like 46 to 52%. And most of it was because nobody had maintained the PRVs throughout the system, and there was too much pressure coming off the mountain to the service lines, and they was having blown service lines several throughout the week that they was having to take care of. So we went in and rebuilt.
Sorry, PRV, pressure release valves?
Yeah. And we went in and rebuilt them and got the pressure down, and then the service lines leaks stopped, and we got the water loss down now to around, it's floating between 15 and 22%. And then in the Green Hills area, we've went in, and the lines over there are extremely deep, between 13 and 17 feet deep. And when we have leaks over there, it's real hard to find them. So we've replaced sections of line and stuff, and when we went in and replaced service lines, we went in and put them through casings so that the rocky soils and the way that they was laid before, we won't have that problem again. We had one section here recently that was, we was losing 25,000 gallons a day, and we found a 150-foot service line with 8 leaks in it. And we replaced every bit of it and put it in casing so that the rocky material and stuff cannot cause this problem again.
And since you've been a manager, do you know approximately how many miles of line have been replaced?
In service line, most of our leaks have been service lines. And in the service line part, I would say they've been at least 1.5 miles of it replaced.
Does Black Mountain District have any idea of when it plans on filing a rate case?
We had a rate case filed, I think it was 2022 or 21. I think we should do a rate case at the first of the year.
Okay, I'm gonna
First of
turn.
next year or the first of this year?
First of this coming year.
I'm going to ask a few questions about the debt surcharge funds. Has Black Mountain District finished tracing the amount of the debt surcharge funds used to pay garbage bills?
No, we are still in the process of chasing that down.
Okay. Do you know at this time what the difference between the debt service paid from the wrong account and the garbage bills paid from the surcharge account is?
I know that the garbage paid was 159,000, and I know there's 42,000 in the bond surcharge account.
Do you have any idea when you expect this to be completed, the tracing of the accounts?
I'm hoping within the next week or so.
Okay, I'm going to ask you some questions related to water loss. What is the latest water loss percentage for Black Mountain District?
For all the districts, it was 29% last month.
Okay. And what is the water loss percentage for each system/area?
Green Hills, I think it was 54%. Suki Ridge was 17. Wallens was 19. Ross Point was 22. Llewellyn was 10, I think. Kenver was 8%. Codarn was 3%. Aegis was 3%. Putney was 27%. Coxton was 21%. I think that's all of them. that's close estimates. I can provide actual documentation at a later date if you
Okay.
need.
And could I request that documentation as a post-hearing data request for
Yes.
each system?
And can we clarify that you want like last month's water loss? Is that what you want for that post-hearing data request, or?
The last
We'll,
2
we'll
months?
have it in writing, but I think it'll be the last 2 months.
Also, as a post-hearing data request, if I were to ask you to provide an estimate of the percentage of water loss attributed to each of the following existing water lines, storage facilities, pump stations, meters, and any other areas as identified by Black Mountain District, would you be able to do that?
Repeat it, please.
Sure. So providing an estimate of the percentage of water loss that you attribute to each of the different infrastructure areas such as water lines, storage facilities, pump stations, meters, or any other areas as identified by Black Mountain District?
Yes.
Okay. Does Black Mountain District have any written policy or operating procedures put into place that address the process and length of time it would take for the utility to fix a known or reported leaking water line?
No policies, but we usually fix a leaking water line within a day.
Within a day. Have you all discussed whether to put any written policies or operating procedures into place for that?
Not discussed it within the board, but I have started putting policies together to bring to the board.
Have you spoken with any other of the water districts about ways in which to reduce water loss?
Yeah, I constantly talk to Woody at Everett's, and I speak with Ronnie at Kaywood sometimes, and
I'm sorry, Ronnie, is that Ronnie Williams?
Ronnie Williams, yes.
He's back as the manager at Kaywood?
Yes.
How often are your master meters read?
Daily.
And what time of day are they read?
It's usually of the morning, unless we got a leak going on, and then it's of the evenings.
And how often are meters in the distribution system read?
Monthly.
How does Black Mountain District isolate lines with potential leaks?
We isolate them with gate valves.
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
We isolate them with valves.
Valves. Now, how about for the water storage tanks?
They have valves on them too.
Okay. Could you explain how Black Mountain District currently performs routine maintenance to pump stations to address unaccounted for water loss?
I have one guy that goes around throughout the system, and he's on a schedule, and on his schedule, by the time the month rolls around, he's went through every pump station, checking it and everything, and maintaining it, and making sure everything in it works, and greasing it, and taking care of any maintenance that is needed in that pump station or at the tank.
And does Black Mountain District have any plans to improve this process?
Yes.
And what are those plans?
Well, part of our plans is with the KIA money, are replacing the failing pumps and motors that are in most of these stations. When Black Mountain received Green Hills and Wildlands, none of the pump stations had redundancy. And therefore, there's a failing system, and therefore Black Mountain had to take them, and it's been real hard for them to work out of getting those two systems put on them and maintaining everything. But yes, with the KIA money, we are going to be putting pumps and motors in that will help us on our
And
water loss.
what do you see the purpose of the redundancies being?
Well, if one goes down, you've got another one that can take over and keep water to your customers.
Has Black Mountain District performed a leak detection survey or study to identify the leaks in its system?
No.
Do they have any plans to?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to be asking you questions specifically related to the water loss control programs. Do you have that document with you?
Not with me, no.
Let's see. How does Black Mountain District currently account for water used and lost in its system?
We take the master meter reads, and we get hit at the first of the month and the last of the month, and then we take the usage from the customers throughout that month, and we compare them together, and the difference is the loss that's in that system.
And how does Black Mountain plan to improve its data collection?
With the KIA money, we are going to get radio read master meters to where, and the meters that are in the system are so old at the master meter part that we're going to change them with new meters to where they can better collect the water that is going through them so that we will have a more accurate account. And plus, the new meters will take care of the slow and aging meters that are in the system, so we'll have a better count of what's going into the homes.
And has Black Mountain District taken any steps to develop a validated data set for all entries to their water balance?
No.
Do you have any plans to?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know which of the listed approaches in the water loss control programs Black Mountain District plans to utilize?
Repeat that. I don't understand.
Sure. There's listed approaches in the water loss control program for the validated data set. Do you know which of these approaches Black Mountain District plans to utilize?
The leak detection.
Do you know what activities contained in the water loss control program that Black Mountain District is actively involved in performing on a daily basis?
We do leak detection daily. We do our master meter reads daily, so that when the read from, one of the things is the read from the master meter, when it comes in daily, we compare it to the read the day before and see how much water has went through it, and we get that trend. And then if one of these systems shows that it's using more water, that's the way we know where to send our leak detection team.
How many employees does Black Mountain District have solely dedicated to detecting and repairing active leaks throughout its system?
2.
And what do they do on a daily basis?
Leak detection.
And what does that look like?
It goes out and them listening to valves, taking the listen detector and listening to meters, taking the flow meter and putting it in a flow meter pit and valving off and seeing where the flows are going, and then going into that area with the leak detector, and that's what they do on a daily basis.
And how did they decide which area to do that in?
We start in one area and we go through it until we get back to it, unless we find that there is high usage in a certain area from the master meters. And then if there's a high usage in an area, we put them in that area. But if there ain't no high usage, they go to the systems that are a little bit higher, like Green Hills. They stay in Green Hills a lot. They stay in Green Hills more than they do Ages, because Ages is 3% and Green Hills is, up in the 40s and 50s. So them master meter reads tells us how much water is going through our day, and then we look at the trend, and when it shows a significant raise, we put them in that system. We pull them from the smaller systems that are lower in water loss into the bigger systems so that they can leak detect in that.
So within a month, how often are they checking each system, would you say?
I'd say they're going through the system about once a month, unless we have a lot of leaks, and then it's a month and a half.
And how long have you had employees solely dedicated to repairing leaks?
I think I started it last year.
And are they new employees or were they reassigned?
No, they're the one guy that I've mainly got doing it. He's been there almost 8 years, and the other one's been there 23 years.
What were their previous jobs before leak detection?
They did leak detection, and then they just worked throughout the system, being field operatives, changing meters, PRVs, reading meters.
In the water loss control programs, it states that the district must adopt water loss recovery methods such as reimbursement for excavation damages. Has Black Mountain District recovered any cost for water loss due to excavation damages in the last 12 months?
I have not had no excavation damage in the last 12 months.
How does Black Mountain currently perform maintenance on its valves?
We work our valves.
Okay. And do you have any plans to improve this at all?
Yes, I'm fixing a sheet with the location of all the valves on it, and to where every time they go out and work it, they're going to initial it, and that way we can make sure that we get every valve in the system worked on a constant process.
And can you explain what Black Mountain District does for pressure management?
On pressure management, we go out and we put a data logger in the system and log the data at meters throughout the system for a couple of days. And then we check our PRVs regularly. My maintenance guy, he checks them about once a month. He gets all them about once a month.
And how often is the water system pressure read?
Monthly.
Okay. Does Black Mountain District have any plans to change how they approach pressure management to combat water loss?
Yes, I'm working on putting a system into play to where it's a spreadsheet to where when we put it in, that it will automatically flag if the pressure goes above a certain amount. Right now, it is not in play, but it is in the works.
How many pressure recording devices does Black Mountain District have?
Every one of the guys has a pressure gauge, and then I have 2 digital ones that will monitor continuously for a week.
Okay. And does Black Mountain District currently have any surge protectors installed?
Surge protector.
Yeah, I believe it was listed in the water loss control programs.
There is a burst valve on in the Green Hill system, and there is one in the Wallen system, and there is one in the Suki Ridge system.
Does Black Mountain District currently have design standards for construction methods and pipe material?
No.
Does Black Mountain District plan to consult with an engineering firm about this?
Yes.
Okay, and what is that plan?
We're going to get an engineer to write up the materials that people should use and what we should use, and then we're going to take that policy before the board and let them approve it.
Could you explain what was meant by nighttime flow analysis?
That's going out at night and doing flow meters throughout the system when the system is less active.
And what does Black Mountain District currently do for that?
I usually go out and do the flow analysis at night through the flow meters.
Okay. Does Black Mountain District currently track tank use?
Yes.
And how do they do that?
We have a SCADA system that comes into the office, and we use it through the graph to look at the tank histories.
And how often are the tanks cleaned?
Since I've been there, they haven't been cleaned, and I do not have a report on the last time they was cleaned.
And do you have any plans to change that?
Yes, with the KIA money, we are going to have the tanks cleaned.
Okay. And what specific steps does Black Mountain District plan to take in the next 4 years to reduce water loss to at least 15%?
In the water loss reduction plan, I think it's in HIT, that we have put in our locations that we would like to put flow meter pits to where we can better isolate the system and better isolate it so that we can find leaks faster and quicker so that we can repair more, and then we can monitor that and isolate the system into zones so that these zones we can better track that water loss. And putting more money into the system is the only way that we're going to be able to zone it and get it to the point to where we can get a handle on this water loss in some of these systems. You know, Green Hills, it's going to be real hard because the water lines are so deep over there. And then, you know, I'd like to, at one point in time, a lot of these lines that are real buried on the Green Hill system, have them raised up so that they won't be 14 to 15 feet deep. because when a line's that deep, it will not surface. And by finding it is sometimes just by chance when they're that deep. And all of those lines over there are that deep. They're between that. We have not worked on a line over there that is less than 10 feet. They're from 10 feet to 15. And on that system, we really need to focus on zoning it real aggressively so that we can start isolating these leaks and start finding them.
So when you say zone the system, what would the specific plan be for that? How would you determine how to zone it?
Well, you'd start from the tank, and you'd move away from the tank, and like you had 4 branch lines from the tank to a specific point. Then you'd put a zone meter in, a flow meter, and then you'd have a flow meter at the tank to where you could cut off this flow meter, and the water that'd go through that, all in branch lines, you could leak detach that part. And then you move on to the next one and have branch lines in here, and you could cut this one off and let the flow and be at the flow meter and see what water's going through all of this, and you just cut it up like a pie. The entire system cut up like a pie, so that when you finish one piece of it, that you know you can go on to the other one and you know what's going through everything and you know where you've got to work better. And that makes more efficiency and more, it makes it more quickly and more efficiently to find the leaks when you do that.
I'm going to be asking questions from the infrastructure improvement plan, and this is kind of similar to what you've been discussing. How will you determine the priority of infrastructure improvement?
Approach so he can at least see
You may.
what she's.
Okay.
Just touch the screen again.
How we determine which ones are first? Is that what you're asking?
Yes.
Well, the first would be Green Hills, because it has the most loss and it is the hardest to find the leaks in, and it needs the most work. And then after that, we would go to Suki Ridge. Do you want me to explain what we're gonna do too, or?
Yes.
Okay. In Green Hills, let me find it. Okay, in Green Hills, we're going to start by replacing the aging PRVs over there that are letting the pressure get up at times. That is one of the things that had been neglected over there. And then the variable frequency drives that within the pump stations going up the mountain, they are aged and they go out regularly, and we're going to replace them. And then motors, there's 8 motors for the pump stations that pump water up the mountain. And there is 2 of the motors that in 2 of the pump stations that does not work. We gonna replace them and get redundancy in there. And then we're gonna clean the tanks. And then Davis tank needs inspected and pressure washed and cleaned. Bigelow's tank is the oldest tank. We need to get the tank inspected and see what it needs done to get it repaired.
And I'm sorry, is it okay if I interrupt you there?
Yeah.
How do you plan on funding this, what you're discussing?
Well, the inspections are gonna come through the grant. And then after the inspections and they give us what we need, then we'll have to see where we're at on conditions of everything and what they need. And then the board, and then I'll take it to the board, and then we'll have to move forward as a district on that.
Okay, so at this time you have funding for the inspections, but not funding for the other things you've discussed?
Yeah.
And the things that you're discussing as you get funding would be the highest priority?
Yep.
Okay. Is Green Hills system also the system you would first want to replace the service lines in?
Yes.
Do you know what type of pipes Black Mountain District plans to utilize for that?
Most of it's gonna be service lines, and it'll be 1 and 3/4 CTS. And then on the mountain part, the ones that we want to relocate, I'd like to do a directional bore with PE pipe, 6-inch.
And do you know when this year Black Mountain District plans to inspect the tanks?
No, I don't know what time this year.
If any tanks need to be replaced, will those assets be capitalized to claim depreciation?
Yes.
For any of the other infrastructure improvements you were discussing, how does Black Mountain District plan to account for those assets?
Account for them, what do you mean?
Do you plan to capitalize those assets versus just paying for it?
Some of it, the pumps will just be paid for, and the motors will just be paid for. But anything with the tanks and stuff will be capitalized.
Do you know when Black Mountain District plans to fence the tank around the Dayholt system?
Dayhoy.
Okay, and when would that be?
Let me see which fence you're talking about. Oh, that would be, try to be replaced within the next year and a half.
And in the infrastructure improvement plan, it also mentioned the Dayholt pump station.
Yep.
Do you know what the plan is for that?
I have quotes on HIT coming in, and we are going to try to get HIT within the KIA money.
Okay. And do you plan to capitalize on those expenditures?
Yes.
And do you currently perform the test for all of your meters?
No, the big meters, anything over 1 inch, we have Sidco Water come in and test them, and then the little meters we send off.
I'm moving to the water loss surcharge plan.
Approach.
Which items listed in the water loss surcharge plan does Black Mountain District plan to utilize the funds for first, if it's different from the infrastructure improvement plan? Or would that be the same priorities?
Oh, okay, repeat since I've got it in front of
Sure.
me. I'm sorry.
So what items listed in the water loss surcharge plan does Black Mountain District plan to utilize the funds for first, if that's different from what you've discussed with the infrastructure improvement plan?
Well, to get more equipment and get more people on leak detection is one of the main things, because we have a big system. And
How many people would you like to have on leak detection total?
I like to have 4.
4. So you'd like to double what you currently have? Okay. And other than more efforts on leak detection, what other plans do you have for the funding?
In problemed areas where they've been into service lines a lot, we've been going in and replacing them and putting them in casings so that we don't have to go in as often, because they've been parts of wildlands where we've replaced service lines that had 20 or 30 brass couplings in it, where people just go in and put a coupling in and then go in and put a coupling in, and then we've been going in and putting casings in and then rerunning the service lines on our side. And that's part of the things that we need to address in that, because that's a big problem for us.
So can I just ask just for a second, what's the primary reason on these service lines for the leaks? How old are the lines?
Well, some of them are 15, 20-year-old. And then some of them are 5 and 10-year-old. The problem we got, well, Harlan County's, the problem we got over there is rock. And most of it is the way they was installed in the beginning, that they just dumped everything back on top of them.
Well, did they bed it before they put the
No.
line in? And they didn't case it?
Nope.
And then the spoil they put back is just rock?
Yep.
Or boulders?
Yep.
This is the same issue that you all had on, when you were at Kaywood on 421,
Yes.
461, what's the road number?
Yeah, 421,
421, same issue.
same issue.
10, 11, 12, 13, 14 feet
Yes, sir.
of overburden, exclusively rock, no bedding, no soil,
Yep,
no casing.
no casing. That's Green Hills to a, you just explained every bit of Green Hills right there.
Okay. You all used the same engineer that oversaw all those projects that had no bedding and overburden the size of cars?
Well, now, the Green Hill system, the engineer that we have now, he wasn't part of it.
He was or wasn't?
Wasn't.
Okay.
So,
I mean, you all, since you've been at Black Mountain, have you all had new construction?
no,
Okay. So you all, you've not experienced
no,
new line. You all have replaced line though?
yes.
All right. So do you all do bedding now, or do you just depending on the casing to fix the issue?
The casing.
The casing as
Yeah.
opposed to the bedding. Now, how about the overburden?
Overburden, we've been hauling gravel in.
Okay.
And the big,
What size gravel?
we have been using, dense grade. It's, I think they call it 610s
Okay.
at our quarry. And it's nothing above, I think, a half inch or 5/8
Okay.
gravel. And we've been putting it on top of the casing, and then the big rocks we've just been hauling away.
Now, let me ask just real quick. Sorry to interrupt the cross-examination here, but there was, in this case, you all filed the other day some of your recent meeting minutes, and I want to ask about on this issue. There was Patty Nide, is that how you pronounce that, up at Camp Creek, that came in asking about the lines being uncovered.
Yes,
Do you remember that?
yes,
And there was a Chad that was mentioned. Is that Chad Brock?
yep,
Was talking about that since the mine had been up there, the lines wash away the cover on the left-hand side of the road.
yes,
Okay. And that, quote, they put big rock in there and it still does that.
yep.
Is that, you're saying that the overburden, they even have tried to put larger gravel to keep the, like riprap or something like that, to keep the erosion from occurring?
Yes.
And it's still
and-
washing out the line?
Yep, and since then, we have went to the other side of the road and run a casing and have run another line up the other side of the road that does not wash out.
Up the right-hand side of the road?
Yes.
So,
To-
in addition, just so we're talking about this, in addition to how it's laid, you all have a number of issues with the service lines or your all's lines of they were laid on the wrong side of the road.
That was laid in areas that wash out, and when flooding and stuff occurs, that gets washed out.
Okay. These are on the right of way.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna be asking you questions relating to inspections. How did the inspection go on March 21st with Aaron with DOI?
I think it went pretty good. There was some stuff I didn't have for her, but I've had most of the stuff she asked for.
And what stuff did you not have?
I didn't have a sign-in sheet for our safety meetings that we do have. We have them every Friday. I just didn't have the sign-in sheets. And I did not have the sheet for the servicing of the valves
And how often do you have safety meetings?
every Friday.
And do you have a valve program?
Yes,
Do you have flushing records?
that's one thing I didn't have either.
Okay. And how often are you inspecting the supply wells?
Huh?
How often are you inspecting supply wells?
Supplies?
Yes.
I do the ordering for all the supplies and stuff, and I inspect that weekly.
And I'm sorry, the wells, how often are you
Oh,
inspecting
wells.
the wells? Yes.
We don't have no wells.
Okay. How often are you inspecting motors?
Motors, they get inspected every month with the inspection on my maintenance guy.
Is Black Mountain District receiving quarterly reports from the fire departments to provide estimated monthly usage?
We get reports from one fire department. and that is the Wildlands Fire Department. The other ones, I've had talks with emergency management, and they've talked to them, but the only fire department that sends us records is the Wildlands Fire Department.
I'm going to be asking you questions related to the water shortage plan. How did Black Mountain District determine that water line breaks are high risk?
Well, high risk, well, if a line breaks, then the people don't have water into that. That's a high risk because we can't supply to our customers, and it costs us money. And that, in turn, hurts the customers.
And going back to the fire department reports, have you discussed penalties for no fire department reports?
In our turf, it has that we can penalize them and send them a bill, but in the turf, it's for $1. It needs raised, and we haven't made it that far.
Okay, and do you plan on raising that?
I think it should be, yes.
And do you know what amount it would be raised to? Would you be asking for?
I think it needs at least be $100.
And going back to the water shortage plan, why has Black Mountain District determined vandalism as a high risk?
Because on vandalism, when vandalisms come in and they steal telemetry or something like that, it comes to a big cost to the district. You know, if somebody steals our telemetry from a tank site and we have to have an insurance claim, and the insurance claim replaces that, our premiums are going to go up, and therefore that makes our customers' rates go up, and therefore I consider that a high risk, because anything we lose, and plus in the time that you're going to get it back, because this day and time you can't just make a phone call and say, hey, I need a processor and a radio program for Murray Wind Tank. Okay, we'll get them for you. It'll be 3 to 4 months. So vandalism right now is a big, important, and big hazard for any district, because we just can't replace stuff the next day.
And are these issues that you're describing things that have happened to Black Mountain District?
Yes.
Okay. And what steps do you plan to take to address this issue?
We have bought cellular cameras to put at our sites so that it monitors, and every time that there is movement, it sends a notification out and it records that. So if somebody does come on the site, we have proof of who it was, and therefore to be able to get them prosecuted. Because before, they've been stuff you get gone, and if you don't have a picture of somebody or some kind of surveillance video, then there ain't much they can do unless they find the equipment at somebody's house.
And how much?
Let me just ask, why would somebody, what is the value of the stuff that's being stolen?
Copper.
That's what, so they wouldn't just leave it at their house necessarily, they'd go and try to sell it for scrap.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's, and you know, and how quick that'll go on, there ain't no way you're ever gonna find it unless you got some kind of surveillance of you seeing them do something to it.
Is that a big problem? Do you see that increasing, or is it getting to be less of a problem?
No, it's since
increasing.
COVID, it's been an increase.
Do you have signs up or notice?
Yes.
Let people know that they're being
Yeah.
recorded? Maybe that'll.
Yeah, and the cameras they got alarms on them. When you go into their motion, the lights automatically come on, they take a picture, and they set an alarm off. So,
Has that been a big expense, the cameras?
I paid $147 for the cameras, and it's $119 a year for the data
Per camera, 147?
per camera. And I got 5 cameras up at problem locations.
And what locations are those cameras in, the 5 cameras you mentioned?
Got two in Green Hills, one on the tank we call Shepherd, and one on the tank we call Divide. And I got one at Wildlands tank, and I got one at the Bigelow tank, and we have one, where's that last? Oh, at the Murray Wind tank.
How much water has Black Mountain District lost due to theft of water in the last 12 months?
Well, the problem with that is they usually steal it with no meter there, and it's real hard to say somebody's stolen X amount of gallons when you find them and you ain't got no way to know the exact gallons that go through. And me, myself, I don't want to tell something that I don't know the exact answer to. And so that is very hard for us to judge on theft when they ain't got a meter and they're just putting a jumper in there that we don't have no way to regulate how much, to know how much water's going, that they've stolen.
Has Black Mountain District ever attempted to recover or bill a customer who has contributed to water loss due to theft?
Not since I've been there.
And is that because of the issues you just discussed?
Some of it, yes.
Has Black Mountain District ever tried to prosecute someone for theft of water or vandalism?
Not since I've been there.
What is the procedures that Black Mountain District has in place to maintain strict key controls?
Strict what?
Key controls, it was one of the things discussed in the water shortage plan.
Key control?
Like what employees have access to keys?
No. We use a key to lock, master lock, and the only ones that get a key is the employees. And if an employee leaves, they return their key in. And we're specific to that key and that lock. And everything we have is key to lock. So that my employees are the only ones that can get into any pump house, any tank that's fenced, or anything like that, any PRV sites, any valve sites that have a lid or anything that can be locked is with a lock that is specifically keyed for all of our stuff.
My next questions are going to be related to the contract between Black Mountain and Everts. Do you have a copy of that contract?
Yeah, while you're getting a copy of that contract, let's take just a 5-minute recess and then we'll come back and ask questions. We'll be in recess until 11:30. Can't walk in front of you, I gotta walk beside you. All right, we're back on the record in case number 2023-00235. Council, would you like to ask your other questions?
Yes, so, my next questions are gonna be related to the contract between Black Mountain and Everts. Do you have a copy of that contract in front of you?
Yes.
Have you or Black Mountain District sought legal advice regarding the contract between Black Mountain District and Everts?
No.
Have you considered modifying the contract?
No.
During a water shortage, is the supply of water delivered to you diminished or reduced in the same ratio or proportion as the supply to sellers, consumers, to Everts consumers?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to ask you a question related to the board minutes from February 13th of this year. Getting water from the city of Cumberland for the Putney area was discussed. Have you followed up with the city of Cumberland about this?
Not as right yet. Me and him have a meeting next month.
Okay, meeting next month. Do you know what Black Mountain District would need to do to connect to the city of Cumberland's water infrastructure?
It's already connected.
It's already connected? Okay. On average, how many customers don't have water at any given time within your system?
I'd say it's a very low average. I don't know off the top of my head. We don't have a lot of outages unless it is when Everts don't have water.
And how often does Everts not have water?
It depends on, it's been since January, I think, since we've not had water with them. So it's been 3 months since then, and before then, it was periodically. I mean, sometimes it'd be a month, sometimes it'd be 2 months. There at one time, it went 3 weeks in between.
If I were to ask you as a post-hearing data request about customers not having water during the Everett shortages, would you be able to provide that?
Yes.
Okay. Have you considered any other solutions for Black Mountain District's water shortage issues?
Geographically, it's just about impossible to get water up to the Llewellyn and from Llewellyn to Holmes's Mill area, and then the Kinver area, you'd have to put water through Everett's line to be able to get to them. And the only one we've really looked into is the Ages area. There is an interconnect with Harlan there, but Harlan does not have enough pressure to push it up into Ages so that we can use it. The people in the higher areas does not have water when we do that. But that's one thing that we do is we'll open up the valve from Harlan and let it feed some of Ages.
Yeah, let me ask just intervening questions here, Mr. Cooper. When you get in those situations, you all have a good idea of once you open that valve or once you open that up, what the pressure is coming from Harlan, right? If you all were to sit down and say, boy, wouldn't that be nice to have that as an opportunity to get water to everybody as a backup, or even primarily, but just as a backup. And everybody acknowledges that you need more pressure, whether that's an additional tank or pumps or whatever it may be, whatever the engineering solution is. Is that a conversation that, would you all turn to your engineer to figure out that, since it's basically their pipe? Or is that a conversation that you all would need to go to Harlan, and then Harlan would need to ask their engineer to look at that telemetry and system setup?
It has been talked about with Harlan, and me and Dan Mosley has talked about that extensively. We would have to have a booster pump station and a tank before that could happen, and Harlan would be able to help us probably up to the jail, I think is what they said. Because with them
Help
helping
you in what way?
supply us enough water for that.
Okay, all right, okay. And would that just be enough to backfeed your all system, or feed your all system, or would that also be available to backfeed Everett's insofar as they can't produce enough water?
Harlan, I don't think Harlan would be able to produce enough to take care of Everett's too.
Okay, so that's a volume issue, not a pressure issue?
It's both.
Well, I'm saying if we can fix the pressure issue, you're saying it's a volume
Yes.
issue in addition to being a
Yes.
pressure.
Yeah.
All right, and that's their capability given the size of the water treatment plant in Harlan.
I think that's it. I can't say 1,000%. I'd have to talk to Otis.
Yeah. Well,
Lewis.
and I'll just tell you, the reason I ask is, you know, we're talking about the 7 systems. It's not just 7 systems. It's like discrete, a dozen systems, right? Because you've got the western part of Kaywood that's just separate from Kaywood, then Harlan, then that portion up to the Tri-Cities, it goes Harlan, you-all, and then the Tri-Cities. Then maybe Cumberland's gonna maybe serve that eastern
Yeah,
portion, the Partridge portion of Letcher County, and then you have Harlan, a different direction, Harlan to Black Mountain to Everett, back to Black Mountain, right? So I mean, we're talking about a dozen different, almost
Yeah.
different parts of the system. Given that it goes system to system to system, well, my question really is who are you all looking to in terms of providing guidance on what can or can't be done in terms of pressure or volume? Whose engineers are you all depending on to have an appreciation for the interaction between all the systems?
I don't think we've made it to the engineer part of that,
Okay.
but it is in talks.
Who's Kaywood's? Is that still Ken Virons?
Yes,
Okay. Who's Black Mountain's engineer?
Ken.
Okay. So that's Ken Taylor?
Yep.
Do you know who does the engineering for any of the Tri-Cities?
No, sir.
And then Harlan is Mr. Miller?
I don't know that either.
Okay.
Dan might be able to answer that question.
That's okay. No, that's fine. But not everybody uses the same engineer as your understanding. Yeah. Okay.
No, sir.
All right. Sorry, counsel.
I just have a few more questions for you. How has Black Mountain District addressed the 3 informal complaints about the water shortage?
We talked to the customers and explained to them that we purchase water off of Everett's, and if Everett's does not have water for us to purchase, then we can't purchase it. And we made sure that we took them water, drinking water up there, bottled water. And that's how we handled that. And then as soon as we was able to pump, we started pumping and got them back on water. But, you know, like I've said, you know, Everett's is our only option up there where them 3 informal complaints came from.
How many boiled water advisories has Black Mountain District issued this year?
I don't have that information with me.
Okay.
I guess it'd be 10 so far.
Okay, if I would ask as a post-hearing data request for boiled water advisories over the past 5 years, would you be able to provide that?
I'd be able to provide it for the time that I was there.
Okay. And what was the cause of the latest boiled water advisory?
Busted line.
Okay. And did Black Mountain District notify the commission regarding these advisories?
No.
I have no further questions for Mr. Cooper. Thank you.
That means it's my turn. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Mr. Cooper, I think about anybody who would listen to your testimony today or have any idea of what you do would agree that you have a hard job. You've stepped into a hard job.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't know how many people have ever thought about the job that we do and how hard this is. Rather than coming in and attempting to punish people for things they've done wrong, I'm way more interested in helping people fix the problems in advance. And that's where a lot of this training comes in. So I want to ask you some questions about the training that you've received and that your, the rest of the Black BMUD is getting. You said that you go out and do these nighttime flow testing
Yes.
yourself? Okay. Should that be the manager's job?
Well, no, but I do it because I done it at Kaywood, and that's one of the times that I found a lot of leaks at Kaywood. And my guys, during the day, I need all my guys that I got to do all the other day-to-day stuff. And I usually do it on Friday nights, to where I've got Saturdays and Sundays free, where it don't interfere with me, and I've already done my job for the week. And it just helps them to keep them fresher so they can go work on leaks during the weekend if we have it and stuff like that.
And are you salaried in their hourly?
I'm salary, yes, ma'am.
And I'm not getting on to you, I'm just
I understand.
expressing that I understand the hours you're putting in and the work you're trying to do here. Every current board member has been appointed since July of 2020. Is that right?
Yeah,
And because the entire previous board resigned in July of 2020?
yeah, the board and the manager resigned prior to 2020.
Okay. And remind me, where were you in July of 2020?
I was at Kaywood Water.
And then when did you come on for Black Mountain?
I came on the Black Mountain in 21, I think, of March.
Okay. You attended training in December.
Yes.
Well, did you come in person to Frankfurt?
No, I did virtual.
We did virtual.
Yeah.
Okay. We've cut out the virtual training this year. We're doing 6 in person instead. Just because I think it's such a long training, maybe it's difficult for people to hear and pay attention for that long when it's virtual, not get distracted by other job duties. But board members Shepherd and Williams attended in October. You and Mr. Clem and Mr. Miller attended in person in Frankfurt.
No, we
Okay.
all did virtual.
Or you all did virtual?
Yeah.
Okay.
And our accountant, Troy Gall, did it too.
And I was gonna ask you about the accountant. He did virtual.
Yes, he did virtual also.
Did that training cover things like when it's okay to incur debt and what kind of permission you need from the PSC before you incur
Yes,
debt?
yes, it did.
And was that the first you'd heard of that?
That was the first I'd heard of that.
As a manager of now two? What?
Yeah, as a manager of two, that's the first time I'd heard of that.
Okay. What about like how to appropriately use your debt service surcharge funds?
That's the first time I heard of that.
Okay, like paying garbage bills out of it, for instance?
Yeah.
Okay. If the PSC issues an order to Black Mountain Utility District, who reads those orders?
I read them and I email them to all of our board members.
And before you went to training, were you already doing that?
I was reading them and then I'd talk to them at the board meetings.
Did the training cover more accounting type issues like how to use depreciation to better manage the board's funds?
Yeah, I got a little bit out of that, yes.
And your accountant attended?
Yeah,
Okay. And you're currently in phase one of a rate increase?
no, we just had a rate increase. I suggest we start 1/1 of 2025.
You've had you had a recent rate
Oh,
case and rate
the
increase in your
three
phase.
phases, yes, we're in the phase one of the new prices, yes.
Okay.
Phase two starts in October.
There's an infrastructure improvement plan that mentioned that you had ordered $400,000 in meters and new radios.
Yes, ma'am.
That you're continuously changing out.
Yep.
Where are you in that phase in of that 400,000?
We have already installed 500 of those meters. There was 1,563 meters ordered, and we've already put 500 of them in. And I'm hoping within the next 2 months to have everything in.
Okay, so you're a third of the way through.
Yep.
What sort of improvement are you seeing from the new ones?
I'm seeing less time for us to have to go out and reread, which means more time in leak detection and taking care of maintenance throughout the system. And I'm seeing a lot of meters that wasn't reading that is a reading now. Because, you know, somebody will call and say, hey, my bill's such and such, it's never been above, and, well, we put you a new meter in, and come to find out, people that was just getting billed for 1,800 gallon are now getting billed for 2,300. And that's why you change meters, is so that you can keep active meters.
One more reason people won't be happy with the job.
Yeah.
All right. I think that's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Cooper. Just a couple of questions here. Is it fair to say that since you've come on board, you're actively going after these issues and trying to take care of them?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you, at Kaywood, did you run into the same problems there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And is Ken Taylor, is he the engineer on Kaywood and on Black Mountain, or?
Yes.
Yes, okay. You talked about wanting 4 individuals on leak, to go out and look at leaks.
Yes.
Could you get to 4 qualified people today to do leak inspections?
No.
Okay.
In saying no, that is something that I know for me, it was easy for me to pick up because the background I come from is I had to troubleshoot problems and everything before I came to the water business. And when I came into the water, when rural water came down to train at Kaywood, you know, it's just like hunting a problem with electrical or something like that. You know, if you know the steps, then, and if you've got the mindset for it, you know, you got to have a mindset for troubleshooting before, you know, you can be effective of that. Mm-hmm. And the problem that we have had is not only keeping people, but getting people that are willing to stay long enough to get that training. And as of right now, I've got one guy that's got 3 years under his belt, one that's got 8, and one that's got 23, and then myself. And then the others are, you know, knocking on a year. And it takes time to be able to train for that.
Sure.
So, you know, I don't think you can go out tomorrow and find somebody unless you want to recruit somebody in that you're going to have to get them in, is to pay them a significant amount of money to start. And if you're going to have to do that, then it might be cheaper to just contract it.
Okay. Have you ever considered doing some type of summer internship with high schools?
No.
To maybe they would get that experience, and then once they get out, they could, you know, be part of the water district?
No, I've never thought about that.
Okay, thanks.
Okay.
Morning, Mr. Cooper. We had an opportunity to talk, it's been coming up on 5 years now,
Yes, sir.
about the Kaywood Water District. I remember it well, and sounds like, no, we've talked about it today, Black Mountain didn't produce their own water, so that's the difference between the 2 water districts, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
However, as it relates to so that's one difference. The second is, because Black Mountain doesn't produce its own water, it's dependent on Everett's, in large part, for a good portion of its water, right?
Yes.
And so, however, whatever happens to Everett's ability to produce water directly affects Black Mountain. So that's the
Yes,
difference
yes, it
between
does.
the two. As it relates to the distribution of the water, though, are there really material differences between the 2 water districts in terms of the issues that they're facing?
Between Black Mountain and
Kaywood.
Kaywood. When it comes to the lines and the service lines feeding their customers, no, the soils are the same thing, and the installation of the pipes and the service lines are just about the same thing.
Okay. Does Black Mountain have that same issue with Blue Max pipe?
No, that's the only thing that is difference is
Okay.
I have not seen no Blue Match pipe in the Black Mountain district yet.
Okay. We got to celebrate the little wins, right?
Little bitty ones.
Yeah, little ones. Do you all have any pipe like that in Black Mountain at all, where you run up on it and it falls apart in your hands?
The copper pipe that is up in the Putney area,
Okay.
that copper pipe seems like it just can't hold up to the ground. And we're in the process of every time we get a leak up there, we go from the corp stop to the meter and changing it into the 3/4 CTX.
And Putney, that's between Harlan and the Tri-Cities?
Yes.
Okay. And is that just because you think the copper's just soft and
Yeah,
it's not?
it's soft copper is what they put in.
It's soft and it's not, without being coated with anything, it's just hitting the rocks and breaking. Yeah, okay. All right. So, going back to the similarities between the two water districts, and I get that you're from the Kaywood area, right? Mr. Williams was your predecessor at Kaywood, now your successor, it sounds like Kaywood, was your pastor at Kaywood, there.
Yes, he was my
Right.
pastor.
Okay. So a lot of similarities between the two, so I'll just ask things that came up in the other hearing, sort of, now that you've been at both and for a short period, we're at both simultaneously. I'll just use examples there to see what the situation is at Black Mountain, how you experience it. Fire departments. Kaywood, you didn't have an issue with the fire department at the time because there wasn't a fire department. There was, and then there wasn't
Yep.
a fire department, right? Because of the snowstorm. You've got how many fire departments now in the Black Mountain
Five.
footprint? 5. And only one of them give you the estimates for usage.
Yep.
Now, in terms of the demands that you all have for estimates, basically all you're asking to comply with the rules is for them to tell you how long they ran water out of a hydrant and report that on a monthly basis. That's
Yep.
it, right? That there's no other request that you have other than tell me how long the hydrant was open.
Yep.
And they just,
How
four of
much-
them.
How much water come through it?
Yeah,
That
well,
they
it looks,
use.
well, you just take the time and multiply it by the
Yep.
pressure and make an assumption, right?
Yep.
And 4 of them just refuse to do that.
Well, I ain't gonna say they refuse, we don't get the report.
Well,
So if we
well,
don't,
let me ask the question: do you believe that they are with them, that you feel comfortable? They know what they're supposed to be doing.
I've had conversations with emergency management,
Okay. So not necessarily with
not necessarily with them
the
independently.
chiefs or whatever of the
No.
individual department.
And that conversation with emergency management's when Wildlands started reporting to us.
And that's the fire department at the city there.
Yeah,
at
City of
Walton.
Wildlands.
Okay. And let's be honest about what we were talking about earlier about the taking on another drowning swimmer. Wallens, you all took over the city water
Yes.
system. Yeah. Okay.
And it was in dire strait too when we took it.
Okay.
Well, when they took it.
Well,
I
they
wasn't
never.
there.
Yeah. Well, nobody ever gives up a good system. Is my understanding.
they
They
don't.
just wait until it's at the very end, and then they go, "Here, please take this."
They
It's a
give you the
liability.
problem, they
not-
give you the problem with no money.
Okay. So no Blue Max valves. You guys are inspecting and operating valves twice a year in the Black Mountain system?
Yes, and when we find leaks and we need to, and it's part of the system that we're wanting to zone, we're going ahead and putting a valve in on that mainline leak. Like if we have a break on a 6-inch main,
Yeah.
and we say, hey, this is part of the system that we'd like to zone off, we're going ahead and putting valves in as we go.
Okay. And what is your all's rule of thumb as to what kind of runs you all want to have before a valve?
I'd like to have it at least no less than 2 miles.
2 miles before, no more than 2 miles of a run of pipe before a valve?
Yes.
Okay. And have you, is that sort of your rule of thumb? Have you talked to Ken Taylor about that?
That's just my rule of thumb. Ken Taylor told me that usually when he designs a system, he puts them every mile.
Okay.
But the way our system is sometimes we'll go like on 221 East, there's one part of Hitch, you go 4 miles and you don't see a house.
Okay.
So in some of the places, a mile would work, but some of it, 2 miles would work.
Yeah, I got you. Kaywood had about 200 valves from my memory. Approximately how many does Black Mountain have?
Between 4 and 5, I'd say.
4 and 500? And are those predominantly in the newer parts of the system?
Yes.
Yeah, so Wallens and Green Hills,
Wallens and Green Hills has valves, but none of them work.
none of them work. So you all still do the inspection, but you can't operate them
Yeah.
because of the condition they were in when you all
Yep.
got them.
Yep, they're froze.
How much does it cost to replace a valve? Like just roughly.
Just the valve,
Yeah, if you said, hey, I have a non-operating valve, kind of like the meters, I've got X number of them that don't work, I want to go in and strategically replace a dozen of them, how much would replacing a valve cost?
a 6-inch valve's about $850.
$850, okay. And how
Is there
many,
labor on top of that then?
No, that's not counting the labor.
Okay.
but you all would do the labor?
We would do the labor, yes.
So how much, $850, one of the conversations with Kaywood during that last case that we had in 2019 was about having a 5-year capital improvement plan. You all have a capital improvement plan when you got to Black Mountain? Do you all have one now?
We have not created one as of
Okay.
yet.
If you all were coming up with a capital improvement plan, it sounds like meters would be somewhere on the list. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Would valves be on the list?
Yes.
Okay. Approximately how many do you think you would prioritize replacing? Not adding, just replacing.
I'd start with 100,
Okay,
go
100.
from there.
A strategic 100, probably in that Wallens or.
Wildlands, Green Hill area,
Okay. At $850, that's 85 grand cash that you all would need to.
yep.
Okay, great. And then meters, how many more meters do you think you need to replace?
I think there's about 200 and something more beside what we've replaced.
At about $100 pop?
No, it's 170.
So what happened to the price of meters? I mean, is this just y'all have a more expensive meter in Black Mountain than you did in
No,
Kaywood?
we have radio reads.
Okay, so these are AMR
Yeah,
drive-bys.
AMR, and the ones that are in the ground are the old hot rod meters, and they're obsolete. You can't get them no more. So
Okay.
we're having to buy meter and radio.
Okay, all right, so the communication module and the meter
Yep.
itself. Okay, so 200 more meters.
Yep.
Now, master meters, y'all have got master meters in terms of like at purchase points.
Yes.
You were talking earlier
Yes.
to council about how you all go past those and you read them in the morning and then you read them the next day and then you go, we have a problem here or this section's fine. Do you all have zone meters throughout your system?
No, that's one of the things I want to install.
Okay, so that would also be somewhere on the list for the capital improvement plan.
Yeah.
Okay, so then when we start talking about addressing water loss, right now, what you describe is it's a little bit reactive. Would you agree? That it's about finding leaks as opposed to like proactively replacing stuff to get ahead of leaks.
Well, yeah, when we find them, we replace them, and then, troubled areas, we've went into 3 troubled areas and replaced everything already.
Yeah,
And one of them is the Camp Creek area, where we put it on the other side of the road.
right, because
And
the
then,
washouts.
the 150 foot of service line that was over in Green Hills, we just replaced all of it instead of fixing the one leak.
Okay,
And there's a couple more that would be in problem areas that we've just went in, because just fixing it right's a whole lot better than just keep going back to it.
okay. So you all think, I mean, you all don't have a lot of leaks in Llewellyn, right?
No.
Because it's new line.
Yep.
Okay. You all have distinct parts of your system that are driving the water loss. Mm-hmm. Okay. And you all know what your water loss is, and you generally know what your water loss is in those distinct areas, right? You all can calculate it
Yes.
separately between those areas.
Yes.
And you all know what it cost you for the water loss, right?
Yes,
Now and that's just like the cost to purchase the water times the amount lost.
yep,
But then also, for every time somebody has to go out and fix a leak, you guys got to roll a truck. You've got to take people from doing other jobs and put them on fixing the leak. You've got to actually pay the money to fix the leak. There's a real cost to the water loss.
yes.
Okay. Have you talked to anybody, including your accountant or anybody at the county or anybody at the state, about taking a step back and saying, this is the area, we think this line is driving 20% of our water loss at a cost of X. We think that it would cost this other amount to completely replace that line or all those service lines. Have you all looked at whether or not fixing discrete parts of the pipe would actually pay for itself?
No, sir.
Okay. What can the PSC do to help sort of give you all the resources to be able to do something like that? Because at some point you hear your customers are going to go like, you're going out and borrowing money, it's going to raise their rates. But if you go out and borrow money to fix things that actually pay for itself, then it's actually going to lower rates. What can the PSC do in terms of giving you all resources to help you look at those discrete areas that are driving the biggest costs and looking for solutions to those that actually drive efficiencies or cost reductions? Let me ask you a different question. What do you need to be able to do that? Not just what can we give you. What do you need to be able to have that conversation with somebody?
Well, first and foremost, you're gonna have to have more boots on the ground.
Okay.
And then after the boots on the ground, you're gonna have to find the money to fit what you need done. And, that's some of our biggest problems right now is, not only the finding, but the money part of it. Because, it's gonna take other employees, it's gonna take either more employees or having somebody contracted coming in to do that. Throwing people at it's how I got Kaywood down, is I had to throw people at it. And throwing people at it, it costs money. It costs money to throw people at it. And that's one of the things that, it's hard for us. We just got the rate case and we're in phase 1 and we got the water loss surcharge. And, hopefully that we can petition and hopefully use some of that money to get more people looking or get a contractor to come or something. First you got to find it, then you got to figure out how much it's going to cost, and then you got to find the money, and as soon as you find the money, then you can go in and say, well, it's going to be cheaper to do this than just...
Let me ask that question. Who are you all depending on to help you come up with the solutions?
I've been using Kentucky Rural Water to come in and help us find leaks and help us come up with the situations. Like that last freeze we had, we lost so many tanks and we couldn't get them back. Well, sometimes you need somebody that's not right on top of the problem to see it, and Kentucky Rural Water come in and they told us, they said, well, get your main tank back and then get your other tank back. People will be without water a little bit longer, but it takes a process.
But you'll never get everybody water until you fill the tanks up.
That's exactly right.
So what you're talking about seems absolutely necessary, but it seems very focused on the operations of the utility. I'm asking more about who you guys are depending on or who you're able to lean on to look out years and say, how are we going to plan for where we want to be? Do you understand the distinction that I'm making?
Yeah.
Is that Convirons? Is that your accountant? Is that financial folks with the county? Is that anybody with the state? Is there anybody that you have that you feel like you can lean on to help you all look further out, like a rural water kind of was with your operational issues, but on planning for the future?
No.
Okay. So do you need more zone meters?
Yes.
How many do you think you all would probably benefit from? Is this a conversation you've had with folks at Convirons?
No,
Okay.
I've went out in the system myself, and I think it's the water loss reduction plan. I think I've got the GPS coordinates for every one that I needed, and I can't remember off the top of my head how many it was.
Is it like 5 or like 15?
Oh, it was more than 15,
Okay, all right. More than 15 zone meters, and those are a few $100s a piece, $1,000 a piece?
$1,000.
Okay. So let's call it 30, 40, you think, zone meters?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. And then has Ken Taylor or anybody at Convirons indicated to you all, so you've got to get the current tanks in a better state. You talked about that earlier, right?
Yes.
About the need for either more pump stations or more tanks or PRVs or anything like that that's like you just need for operational benefits. Have you all talked about any needs for more pumps, PRVs, suppressors, or tanks for current today operations?
Just the ones that we're going to replace with that KIA money. That
Just the ones that are already
Yeah.
identified in the record?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. How many tanks do you guys have?
16.
16? And they've just not been kept up the way they need to? Okay. And that's either cleaning or reinspection or painting. How many of them are in need of something?
2.
Okay. The other 14 aren't up for painting or up for
No,
cleaning or
they're in
anything like
pretty
that?
good shape.
Okay. All right. Do you know, talking about looking out a little bit, of the other 14, do you know how many of them will be in need of something like that over the next 2 to 3 years?
They'll probably all be need cleaning in the
Okay.
next 2 to 3 years.
Okay. Do you know if any of them will need to be painted or inspected and again in that time period?
The Llewellyn tank maybe need to be painted.
Okay. So as a posting data request, and if you need more time on this, could you just give us sort of maybe the next 3 years of what you think the maintenance schedule would be required for your all's tanks in terms of inspection or cleaning? So, 'cause, I mean, there's a certain number of years they need to
Yeah.
go between painting or inspection, or can you guys just give us the list of the last time it was done, and the next time you think it may need to be done?
Well, now, on the last time it was done, that's some of the problems that we run into.
The records, right?
When I got there, the only records that was there when I got there was a little bitty box of financial records that was given to me. I showed it to Erin when she come for the inspection.
That's our inspector, Ms. Donges.
Yes, Miss Dondas. And I showed it to her. I said, this is the financial records we was left with. And that's with tank inspections, that's with back T reports and all of that. When I came, it was like walking into a new water plant that just fired up for the first time. And on the record side, that's what I've got to deal with. So now, I can give you anything that from when I came.
Yeah, I guess what I'm asking for is, if you don't know when they were last inspected or last painted or last cleaned,
Okay,
when you all would prefer that they be next inspected
Okay.
and next cleaned and next painted. Because at some point, you can't take the risk that it goes too long and then the tower be no good and then you all have to replace it. The tank
Yes.
be no good and have to replace, and then you're wasting money at that point, right?
yeah.
Because these things should last forever as long as they're properly maintained.
And, that's why I'm trying to get the inspection done with this KIA money.
Yeah.
So that we will know the state of all of our tanks.
Yeah.
And that inspection will bring that to light.
And then a good starting point and then going
It's
forward.
a very
Okay.
good starting point.
All right. So you got the meters, the valves that need to be replaced that are no good.
Yep,
You need to put in zone meters.
yes,
You need to get the tanks up to date and then get them on a good cadence of being maintained.
yes,
You need to find out from the fire department how much of your water loss is them using water not telling you about it.
yes.
Which, if they tell you about it, is not water loss technically, right? It's just
That's right.
system use. I mean, it's
System usage.
it's
You
removed.
get that off your water loss.
And then fixing leaks,
Yep.
either reactive or proactive.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, you had another question?
I do. I know you have the Kia grant and you have the Fed grant that you're going after, correct?
We've got two KIA grants.
Okay, and then there one you're waiting on the federal response for 2 million, I think he's,
No, that's for Dan.
oh, okay, okay.
The only thing that we've got awarded right now is the two KIAs, one for $820,000 for rehab, and the other one is $175 for equipment.
Okay, and those are the only two grants that you've.
Those are the only two grants
Okay.
we have at right now.
When the chairman was asking about how we can help you, one of the things is, I'm gonna just take a look if there are any other grants you could go after.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
So we asked earlier, I was asking earlier, 85K for the, we thought it'd be about $85,000 to replace all those valves.
Yeah.
Okay. It'd be about $40,000 for the next 200 meters. $200 a meter approximately.
Yep.
So that's 125K. And then approximately 30, we'll just call it 30 zone meters at $1,000 a piece. That's another 30,000. That's $155,000. Do you know how much over the entire 4-year period your surcharge will come out to? That we calculated in the case? I mean, I do. I'm just asking. It's $319,000.
Yeah.
$319,000. That's half of the entire surcharge right there, just for things that work, right? Just putting in new meters and putting in new valves.
Yes.
That's before replacing any pipes at all. So you are going to need more money than just the surcharge to be able to fix these issues.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. Not to mention more capital, not to mention money to pay people to do some of this stuff.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You were at Kaywood, then you were at both. Is there any, does Kaywood use the same meters as you all, the same valves as you all?
They use the same valves, but not the same meters.
Okay. Have you all talked to them about buying valves between both of you, if you're gonna buy bulk or anything like that, or talk to any other utilities that
No,
use
no,
the same ones and buy them in a larger quantity and then split the cost?
I have not talked to none of them about it, but I can have that conversation.
Okay. Have you all had any, since you've exclusively started working for Black Mountain, have you all had any further conversations, you or any of the board members that you're aware of, any further conversations with Kaywood about joint purchasing, joint management, regionalization, merger consolidation, anything that you all can do together to try to save money for both of you all?
Well, when Black Mountain lost their manager, I was running both places.
Right.
And Kaywood was asked if I could run both of them. And Kaywood denied that, and that's when.
Oh, I'm aware of how it got to there. I'm asking after Kaywood said
No,
no.
no.
Has there been any conversation?
No, sir.
Yeah. Okay. Ms. Sonaker, can you redirect?
I have a couple. I want to go back and revisit on Everett's, on the city of Everett's and the issues that you all have been having with their water shortage.
Yes, ma'am.
Your customers being out. What efforts has Black Mountain done to try to ensure that your customers can stay on, at least for a short period of time, if Everett's quits producing water or giving water?
Yes, ma'am. We've done major leak detection up there after the first time that we had the outage. And we keep our tanks just about to the point of full to where the chlorine stays good in it and everything. And we stay within the parameters that Division of Water wants us. But we keep it full enough to where if they have an outages, if they run out of water today, we've done so much leak detection and stuff up there and got our stuff so tight that I can go between 7 and 10 days just on the tanks that are up there before our customers run out of water. And, you know, that shows in our numbers on our water loss up there through Llewellyn, Kenver, Aegis, and that's something we've done, and we've really focused on that, and we stay focused on that because we never know when it's going to happen again.
And this is all things that you've done since you've been at Black Mountain?
Since I've been there, yes.
And is that part of your system that's actually served by Everett's, is that connected to Black Mountain system anywhere else, or is it just
Just
a
Everett's.
standalone?
The standalone part of it is Llewellyn and Kinver.
Okay. And then you were talking about when you're replacing or repairing pipe, you're going ahead and you're installing valves that you're talking about to make it easier to kind of isolate leaks and fix those.
Yes.
And I believe you stated that you thought you had between 400 and 500 valves on your system. Do you know how many of those have been added since you've been there? Can you give me an?
We have added 10.
Okay. And then you've talked a lot about leak detection and what you all have done. And you have, I believe you stated that you have 2 employees that are dedicated
Yep.
solely to leak detection.
Yes.
So if you don't have a leak on your, if you don't have a break or something that has to go be fixed, are they just out in your high leak areas looking for
Yes.
leaks? Is that what they're doing?
Yes.
They're trying to be proactive to find those?
Yes.
Okay. And you said that you have 2 full-time employees that do that, correct?
Yes.
And that was not the case before you came to Black Mountain?
No, they didn't have nobody doing constant leak detection before me.
Okay. And you talked a little bit about supplies and how you're the person who orders those supplies and goes through it. Have you started doing anything differently at Black Mountain since you've been there than what had been done before that when it comes to supplies?
Yes. I keep enough supplies on the shelves to take care of anything that comes up. And I try to keep enough material on the shelves to take care of if we have 4 major leaks. Like if a main line breaks, 6-inch main line breaks, I got enough stuff on the shelf to take care of 4 of those breaks. And every time we use 2 of them, I order 2 back. Because the way the system is now after COVID, if you don't stay, I got 3 suppliers that I keep a standing order with all 3 of them. And my brass fittings come in a timely manner through all 3 of them, that we don't run low on brass fittings, because brass fittings are hard to get right now because they're 6 to 8 months out, most places. So we've done that. We became proactive on our supplies to where we got stuff to work with when it happens. And we don't have to worry about, well, we've got this leak, how in the world are we going to fix it? And, and we don't got to, well, call Everett's and see if they got an 8-inch high max. No, I ain't got an 8-inch high max. Well, call Kaywood and see if they got an 8-inch high max. We don't have to deal with that. We've got the stuff in-house to where we know that we can take care of the problems that arise.
And then just to follow up on Commissioner Regan's question where she was talking about you've been proactive since you've been there in trying to fix some of the problems that Black Mountain has. And you stated that when you walked in, you got a box of financial records. Do you feel like you've made strides in correcting a lot of the problems that Black Mountain had before you came?
Yeah. If you walk in and ask me for back tees from the moment I started to today, I can pull you any back tee you want. If you ask for a bill, I can go open up a filing cabinet and show you 22, 23, and now 2024's bills of every bill that we paid for that year. You couldn't do that through the old. And, part of that's getting a new accountant. You've got to have somebody that, that takes care of that. And then on the other part of it is, just the filing system alone. I think we've made leaps and bounds. Are there more things we need to do? Yes, there is. But, when I came there, it's kind of like triage. You had to support what was bleeding the most, and that was water loss. And then the rest of this is falling into place.
And is this something that you and the board are actively working on, trying to figure out, what needs to be fixed and trying to be proactive and do those things?
Constantly. Our board is very proactive, and they talk to me. If they miss my phone call, the phone call's back within an hour or 2. And if I've got something to discuss with them, we discuss it. You know, I mean, you know, everybody's got their own opinions on things, but when it comes down to it, we know that it's all for the greater good of the customer.
So you believe that you and the board are making steps in the right direction in
Yes,
correcting
ma'am, I
these
do.
things, but you do have more stuff that you need to do?
Yes, ma'am.
Nothing further?
Anything else?
No, you're on.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cooper. Ms. Honorable?
I think Ms. Temple's gonna call our next witnesses.
Yes.
If we could call Sean Miller, please.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
Yes, sir.
Please have a seat. Please state your name and address for the record.
I'm Sean Miller. Live at 200 Dogwood Trail, Wallens Creek, Kentucky, 40873.
Ms. Temple?
And Mr. Miller, could you state your relationship or how you're affiliated with Black Mountain?
I came on the board in November of 20, along with Mr. Brock and Mr. Clem, and I'm now chairman of the board
And how long have you been the chairman of the board?
since December of 23.
And could you kind of just give us some basic information about what you do as the chairman of the board?
I facilitate the meetings. We have a meeting every second Tuesday of the month. I ask that we have all of our information provided to us the Friday before the board meeting, so that we have the weekend prior to the meeting to go through, you know, everything that the water loss, the financials, and things like that.
And the witness is available for cross.
Counsel?
Can you confirm that Black Mountain District never eliminated the debt from the line of credit that was issued on June 15th, 2015?
Yes, it's something that we kind of, it was another one of those things that we inherited as a board. When we came on as the board, there were no board members, no managers. You know, everybody, it was a completely new, everyone was new, so we knew nothing. There was a whole lot of things that we knew nothing about.
Can you confirm that each new line of credit was used to pay the old line of credit?
I can't confirm that, no, I cannot.
Do you know who would be able to confirm that?
Maybe Judge Mosley or someone like that.
And do you know what the current balance owed to Monticello Bank is for the line of credit?
85,000.
Okay, what is Black Mountain District's plans to pay down the balance?
I think we had made some payments toward the balance at one time, when we did realize that it was there. Right now, to my knowledge, that we're just paying interest payments on that. And I'm not sure that there is a plan.
Does Black Mountain District plan to further extend the line of credit on September 1st, 2024?
It's to my knowledge that we would have to ask permission from the PSC to do that.
And do you plan to seek legal advice on that matter?
Absolutely.
And did you vote yes to extend the maturity date of the line of credit from August 1st, 2021 to September 1st, 2022?
I'm sure I did. Yes, ma'am.
And did you do the same thing to extend the line of credit from September 1st, 2022 to October 1st, 2023?
I'm sure I did. Yes, ma'am.
And then did you vote to extend the maturity date for the line of credit from October 1st, 2023 to September 1st, 2024?
Yes, ma'am. Probably did.
And do you know if the board sought legal advice prior to doing those extensions?
I think on the last one, we were talking to our attorney at that time, and I'm not sure that question was asked directly, but that's when all this came about.
What discussion did the board have regarding the use of debt surcharge funds to pay garbage bills?
Actually, at the end of the day, when we came on, like has been told, we received a shoebox, basically, of the financials and records. And we knew very little about what the debt was. It was almost a learning process for the entire board, as well as the new bookkeeper. And then when Grant came on as well. So at the end of every meeting, the CPA bookkeeper would ask, if we had a motion to pay the bills. We never asked as a board how those bills were being paid. We just voted and made a motion to pay the bills.
And going forward, do you now ask how the bills are being financed?
Absolutely. After the training, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And can you confirm that you're appointed by the Harlan County Fiscal Court on August 5th, 2020?
That's probably correct, yes, ma'am.
Did you attend water commissioner training within 12 months of that date?
I did not. We had no idea that we needed to, and we had no one there to tell us that we needed to.
Did you attend water commissioner training on any other date aside from December 5th and 6th, 2023?
No, ma'am, that was my first time to attend.
Then I have no further questions. Thank you.
Morning.
Good morning, how are you?
It's still morning.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Yeah.
Afternoon. He doesn't even let us eat. We don't even get lunch break.
You all could ask for a break.
It's a big job being a water commissioner.
Yes,
Do you
ma'am.
agree? Do you think you had any idea of what you were accepting when you were asked by your county judge to take this position?
Not at all.
I won't ask you whether you'd do it again, knowing what you do.
I would not, I promise you.
Do you have any suggestions for how we could better educate both the judges who are appointing and new water commissioners? Do you get a packet of information or anything like that when you're appointed a water commissioner? Do you get like a rule book?
No, there was nothing, but we were all put in a awkward position. Coming in with no one on the board, no manager, and basically a few, we had employees out in the field. We had employees who were driving their personal trucks out to meters, to read meters, to work on broken water lines. I mean, it was chaos, to say the least.
It's a lot different in little counties than it is the better funded
Absolutely.
big districts. Do you think that if someone handed you like a handbook and it said on it, you must read this, do you think you would have?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. I mean, and the board's been very proactive. We've had one or two changes or something, but we've been very proactive and we work well together. And it's our obligation. We take it seriously.
You understand now that you have to take training within 12 months of being appointed?
Oh, absolutely,
Yeah,
yes.
There's really no way around that, by statute. Okay. That's all the questions.
Would it be fair to say that, since you have all come on board, that you work well together and that you're all trying to achieve the same goals? I think that's what I'm hearing from, that you walked into a mess, basically.
We are, and I mean, like Grant said, we don't always agree, everyone doesn't agree, but at the end of the day, it's whatever is best for the customers and what will move B-Mud forward and allow us to be more productive.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Are you a customer?
I am.
Yeah. How long have you been a customer of B-Mud before you got on the board in 2020?
I left Harlan to go to the University of Louisville, and I came back. My parents, I live in the same place, so as long as water was on the
Yeah.
hill, I've
Okay.
been there, so
Okay.
35, 40 years, I guess. I don't
All
know.
right. So you didn't just move out from the city a couple years ago and become,
No.
become a county customer. All right. So I just so I have an appreciation for the perspective. Does it bother you? Well, that's wrong. What are your feelings about the state of the system when you found out about what shape it was in 2020? about the people that have been on the way it had been run prior to?
It was disappointing because, we knew it's a small community, so a lot of the people that are there, and then, you hate to think that they've allowed it to get to that condition without asking for help or something of that nature. And with the understanding as well, in their defense too, Beam Mud literally inherited two systems that were absolutely gone.
But they did the right thing when Wallens was running to the
Sure.
ground, for instance, right?
Yeah.
That's what you're saying? Okay.
Yeah.
So, said you might not do it, you probably wouldn't have done it
I
again,
will
know what
not
you
do
know
it
now.
again.
But the flip side of that, do you trust anybody else to do it? That's the other side of it. Now that you know what's required of it and what the obligations are, and frankly, your family's getting water from this utility.
Sure, and
Do you have a concern for the state that it's in, absent people on the board and folks like Mr. Cooper that are, spending their maybe not their weekends necessarily, but at least their nights engaging on this and trying to get it back into a shape that's worthwhile?
Oh, I think there's women and men in our county too that have the same concern as the rest of us. So I think there's others out there that can serve just as well as I have, if not better.
I see what you're saying. Okay. What would you say that the primary deficient, like from your perspective as a board member, having been on it for a couple of years, what's the thing that's missing most? Like, everybody can say not enough employees or not enough money, but is there a competency of the board? Does the board need, do you think, to have like a financial person on the board or people with different types of backgrounds? What is it you think after having been on it, you go, if you were creating this perfectly, how this would work?
I look at it today, and the board is certainly more diversified now than it was in the past. So, I understand that numbers look a certain way, and but with what was inherited, I think we've been super progressive, and we have made huge strides, even though the outlook or the numbers doesn't look like that right now. And we have been so aggressive trying to fix water loss. That has been one of our primary goals. But with water loss comes overtime. There's so much goes in. You can't just say water loss, because when you have water loss, you have overtime, you have equipment, you have tools, you have fuel, you have trucks. So water loss it just balloons your cost completely. Mm-hmm. And Green Hills, can we give it back?
Yeah. Well, and you heard me ask Mr. Cooper the questions earlier about the other hearing that he was in. That case was exclusively looking at utilities that met or above a certain threshold of water loss, and that water loss was the primary similarity between all of those investigations, but they all had the exact same, almost always had the exact same problems, and that water loss was more of a symptom as opposed to the underlying problem. You're saying
Yeah, absolutely.
it drives all these other issues.
It does.
Yeah. Do you feel like from your time on the board that you are out money from doing it? There's a difference between not being paid something and it not costing you anything. Do you feel like you've been out money between time, effort, driving, things like that for being on the board?
I'm sure. Yeah, I'm sure we are. But now, every one of the board members that are in place now, none of us came on. We knew from the get-go what we were getting.
Yeah.
That we were not going to be paid, and we weren't looking for that. We were actually, we wanted to make a difference. We wanted to make a change in what was going on, and the judge kind of let us know a little bit ahead of time. Said, hey, you guys got a mess, and he worked with us the first few months to try to get us on track, and that's when we started moving. Being out financially, I'm sure you would have to equate your time to the financial side of things, because you have more time invested on the phone, talking, and, you know, we don't want to get involved day to day, but on the other hand, there's always questions and there's always phone calls, and some of us wanted to see exactly what was going on, so we would find ourselves pulling up the leaks and watching the guys fix a leak, or where you see them working at night, and you know, you worry about them. You might go get them a pizza or something and bring back to them, because I mean, our men put a lot of effort in. So
Ms. Tipple, you have any redirect?
I just have one. Excuse me. There's been some discussion about a sewer system that costs like an extreme amount of money based on how much it brings in. Are you all doing anything to try and alleviate that problem, or any changes being made there, or what's going on with that system?
yeah, we've been working to alleviate that since we've been on the board, I do believe. We're closer than ever. Ken Taylor, 2 board meetings ago, Ken Taylor told us that it was now at the Regional Health Department for approval. We have purchased some land, cleaned up some houses, and we're going to put in a natural septic system that will be just a minimal cost. And with the 7 customers, I believe there's 7 customers that's there, it'll be a gravity-fed deal, and it should just about all but alleviate that $25,000 to $30,000 a year and put that back into BMUD.
And do you think that the system will then make money, or you think it'll just kind of break even?
I don't think the system will ever make money.
Okay.
Our hope is, that was another one of those things that was given to BMUD. And so I don't think it'll ever make money, but hopefully it just alleviates it. And the cost is so low that it's nominal to what we're paying now.
And that's all that I have.
Anything else?
No, you're on.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ms. Tipple?
If we could call Mr. Williams, Dwayne Williams.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
Yes, sir.
All right. Ms. Tipple?
And Mr. Williams, what is your affiliation with Black Mountain?
I am Vice Chairman, Water Commissioner,
And how long have you been in that role?
since December of '23.
Just as the vice chairman since
Yes.
December? And so how long had you been on the board previous to that?
Since January of '22.
Okay. And in that time, I know staff has asked about the other board members. What training have you attended?
I attended the Pine Mountain training, and I'll agree they've got some of the best fish you'll ever have. But it was in '23 that I attended that training.
And have you signed up for any this year?
No.
And I don't have any other questions right now. Thank you.
Counsel?
Did you vote to extend the maturity date of the line of credit from September 1st, 2022 to October 1st, 2023?
Yes.
And did you vote to extend the maturity date of the line of credit from October 1st, 2023 to September 1st, 2024?
Yes.
And what is your knowledge of using debt surcharge funds to pay garbage bills?
I had absolutely zero knowledge until I took the training that it was not appropriate, that we should have actually looked at how we use, what the initial scope of the money should have been intended for.
Do you know when you became aware of that issue?
Actually, at the training,
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
the public service training.
And can you confirm that you were appointed by the Public Service Commission on January 5th, 2022?
Correct.
And did you attend Water Commissioner training within 12 months of that date?
No, I did not.
And you confirmed that the only commissioner training you attended was October 9th and 10th, 2023?
That is correct.
And I have no further questions.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
You were appointed by the Public Service Commission to fill a vacancy,
Yes, ma'am.
and were you interviewed by the Public Service Commission?
Yes, via Zoom.
Okay. This was before I was here, so did, at any time during that interview process, was training discussed?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And did anybody tell you that you needed to have the training within 12 months?
They did.
Okay. And so, um, what happened?
I honestly assumed that that was set up by the district. I was under the assumption that after meeting with after the interview, it was my assumption that that would be scheduled by the water district. By the time I realized that I needed to look myself, I didn't have the vacation time. It was December, and I didn't have the vacation time left to attend the last meeting. So what I did was I contacted Grant, and I told him that, and I asked him about everybody else being trained. I don't remember the answer that he gave me. I think asking some of the other guys, they told me, they said, we were appointed under an emergency circumstance. They'll tell us when we need to be trained. So I started watching the Public Service Commission's website. That's when I found out about the training in Pine Mountain. Then I asked Grant to schedule the 5 of us for training in '23. But I am in violation of the 12 months.
Did your board pay for your training?
They did.
And if you needed lodging or mileage or anything like that, it would be paid by the district?
Right, correct.
There was one close enough to you guys, you didn't have to stay.
No, we didn't have to stay the night. No, it was actually, and there was actually kind of a little mishap where I didn't get reimbursed for one of my meals. So technically, it's costed money to be on this board.
Probably more than just one meal.
Oh, trust me. Actually, it was so funny. My wife asked me last night, she said, is this really worth it? And before I lay down in bed, and that's a hard question to answer because monetary-wise, we get zero. Aggravation-wise, we pray for no freeze events. But you're sitting and watching the weather and praying because once those freeze events happens, the phone's ringing off the hook. Once people find out that you're a commissioner, and that leads me into something else. I would really like to see some type of communication that we could put in to tell our customers on updates. See, the biggest thing I see that we're lacking is communication.
Do you have social media or a website?
Believe it or not, when we took the training, I realized how dumb I was. And I'll be honest with you, because one of your staff asked me in particular a question. I'll never forget, she said, "Where are your times posted for your meetings?" I don't know. She said, "No, I'm serious. Where are your times posted?" I said, "And I'm serious, I don't know." She said, "What about your website?" I said, "Website? We don't have a website." So we got a Facebook account. Since then, we have established a website. Now everything is posted. I didn't realize. I mean, it's my ignorance. There's a difference between being ignorant and being stupid. I was ignorant, but I'm not stupid because I can learn.
I call the Facebook the source of all knowledge. Sometimes it's the source of
That's
all evil.
why I don't do Facebook,
Yeah,
actually.
sometimes it's the source of all evil as well, especially in a little town, but it has its uses and it's free. And your wife has maybe got a special place in heaven reserved along with the spouse of Mr. Mosley and a lot of other public servants in this room. So did you find the training useful?
I found the training phenomenal, actually. I didn't realize how much we were lacking. I really didn't. When I come on the board in '22, I've sat on various other boards. I've got a background in wholesale retail, buying and selling. So when I approached this board, I approached it that I knew I had a fiduciary responsibility to our customers. And I also knew that we've got, about 3,400 customers, Grant? Somewhere in that range? Well, that's how many meters we got in the ground, but I like to equate those meters to faces. So you might have 2 or 3 people in a house. So if there's 3,400 meters, that's more like 10,000 people. And I like to use that because when you look at who we're serving 10,000 people. And when you do have a freeze event, when people are out of water, Judge Mosley put out an absolute wonderful press release about the city of Everett's. I had no idea. There again, I say that's where we're lacking as far as in communication goes. But the reality of it is when you've got people up at Everett's, the place I deal with, we deal a lot with the school systems. We sell a lot to them. And when kids can't have school because they're out of water, now those poor people at Everett's can't even take a bath. We're a reseller. All we can do is maintain lines. We're kind of held hostage, so to speak, by the water supply problem. But the reality of it is those guys at Everett's are absolutely wonderful people that my heart bleeds for because we think we're having it bad. You ought to see, have those people up at Everett's that are getting the phone calls that are trying to hide, even walk out in public. It's not an easy situation because of where we live.
That's all the questions, sir.
Thank you.
You ever heard the saying, you got to tell your own story or somebody will tell it for you? Is that, I guess, effectively what you're saying?
Right.
With the lack of communication?
Exactly.
Unless if people hear it from you, then they're going to assume or take what they hear from other people about the situation?
That's exactly right.
Yeah. Okay. I was hoping the vice chair would ask you, but she didn't, but what would you change about the training?
Actually, the only part that I wish was different is the last part on cybersecurity. The gentleman would have been there instead of Zoom. That's
Any redirect, counsel?
No.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I appreciate you all.
Ms. Honaker, Ms. Temple?
If we could call Mr. Brock, Chad Brock.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Please have a seat. Please state your name and address for the record.
Chad Brock, 174 Doss Hollow, Everett's, Kentucky.
Counsel?
Mr. Brock, what is your affiliation with Black Mountain?
Board member.
And how long have you been on the board?
Since fall of 20, I think.
And that was during this turnover process when everyone
Yes, ma'am.
left. And everyone's been asking about the training. Did you attend training?
I have not. I'm scheduled for April 23rd and 24th, I think.
And that's all the questions I have.
Counsel?
Did you vote to extend the maturity date of the line of credit from August 1st, 2021 to September 1st, 2022?
I'm sure I did.
And at that time, were you the chairman of the board?
Yes.
And did you sign off on the debt modification agreement for that?
I'm sure I did, yes.
And do you recall if the board sought legal advice prior to doing that?
Probably not.
And did you vote to extend the maturity date of the line of credit from September 1st, 2022 to October 1st, 2023?
Yeah, I'm sure.
And were you the chairman of the board at that time?
Probably, yeah.
And you signed off on the debt modification agreement for that?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you vote to extend the maturity date of the line of credit from October 1st, 2023 to September 1st, 2024?
I'm not sure if I was there on that one, but if I was there, I did.
Okay. And what is your knowledge of the board using debt surcharge funds to pay garbage bills?
I knew we was working on whittling them down. I didn't know where the money came from.
And when did you discover where the money was coming from?
In the last few months when we got the order, I think.
And can you confirm that you were appointed by the Harlan County Fiscal Court on August 5th, 2020?
Yeah, it was, I guess, fall of 20.
And you never attended water training within 12 months of that appointment?
No, ma'am.
And you've never attended any water commissioner training at this time?
No, ma'am.
I have no further questions.
Yes, sir.
Good morning, or afternoon. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Not to belabor the point, but when did you find out that you even needed training?
I think Dwayne may have mentioned it, months ago. But I think that's where I heard it first, I think.
Who's Dwayne?
Williams.
Mr. Williams? Okay. But you still haven't gotten it in?
No.
And what kept you from doing it in October and December when the others did it?
Time. I, just, work a lot of hours and just, it has not worked for me yet.
That's all the questions I have.
So you were on the fiscal court in the past?
Yes.
Is that right? Did you know what condition Black Mountain was in when you were on the fiscal court?
It was in relatively good condition at that point, because they hadn't taken Wallens or Green Hills.
You knew what condition Wallens and Green Hills were in?
Yeah, well, the city failed, so, I knew that, and then the
Yeah.
Green Hills couldn't pay the bills to stay afloat, so yeah, I knew that.
You knew that Black Mountain had taken on a
Yes.
big task. Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you know what condition generally Black Mountain was in when you when you agreed to be on the board?
Yes, I knew that it wasn't good, and, we, thought that we was gonna save it in a year and I was gonna get to resign, but it was a little slower than,
Yeah.
than what we anticipated.
Yeah. Well, what I'm finding is that for about every year it takes to get into one of these shapes, it takes 2 to 3 years for each year to get out.
Yeah.
Is that, along with what you're saying, it's not just gonna be a couple years process.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. Any thoughts on people in the county, or, you've been on the fiscal court before, anybody in the county, the community, or the region that maybe you all could turn to specifically to discuss these broader capital planning options? Anything come to mind?
Nothing comes to mind. As far as the workings of it, I always think of rural water, the mechanical side of it.
Yeah.
But as far as the other side, no, I don't have any.
You mean the operations?
Yeah, the
stuff?
operations.
Okay. Counsel?
Nothing further.
All right, thank you very much. The last witness, Ms. Temple?
Yes, sir. Brandon Shepherd.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
All right, please have a seat. Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Brandon Shepherd. I live at 150 Wilson Road, Bledsoe, Kentucky.
Counsel?
And Mr. Shepherd, what is your affiliation with Black Mountain?
I'm the board member. Been a board member since around the first of 21.
Okay. And that was part of that turnover process, right?
Yes.
Excuse me. And have you attended the 12 hours that are required for new members?
I have.
And when did you do that?
December of last year. Is
Yeah, it's either, I don't want to, either you know or you don't know, but we can't,
Okay.
can't phone a friend.
Yes,
That's okay, I just want to.
yes, I have.
It's fine to not, it's fine to not know the exact date.
Okay.
She's not trying to trip you up, I just
Okay.
want to, we gotta, it can only be the witness that responds is all.
Okay.
Yeah. So Ms. Temple, you want to ask the question again?
Do you remember when you did that training?
Not the exact date.
But all the paperwork has been turned in to the
Yes.
commission as required. And I don't have anything further.
Counsel?
Did you vote to extend the maturity date of the line of credit from August 1st, 2021 to September 1st, 2022?
Yes.
And did you vote to extend the maturity date of the line of credit from September 1st, 2022 to October 1st, 2023?
Yes.
And did you vote to extend the maturity date of the line of credit from October 1st, 2023 to September 1st, 2024?
Yes.
And what is your knowledge of using the debt surcharge funds for garbage bills?
Just that when, I didn't know exactly where we were getting the money from, but just that we were trying to pay the bills and do the right thing with the company.
And when were you aware of this issue?
When we got their order.
And can you confirm that you were appointed by the Harlan County Fiscal Court on August 5th, 2020?
Say it one more time.
August 5th, 2020?
The question?
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you confirm that you were appointed by the Harlan County Fiscal Court on August 5th, 2020?
Yes.
And did you attend Water Commissioner training within 12 months of August 5th, 2020?
No.
And did you attend any other Water Commissioner training aside from October 9th and 10th, 2023?
No, I have not.
And I have no further questions. Thank you.
Anything anybody said today that you disagree with?
No.
No. Okay. Would you do it again if you were asked?
Probably not.
So one of the questions I asked earlier is, there's a distinction between not making money, taking this position versus not being having to spend money to
Right.
do the position. Do you think you've been, you've actually had to, it's cost you money to take this position?
The cost is greater than what anybody would ever know as far as like your time away from work or whatever, but when you love your community like we all do, the cost is nothing compared to what we're trying to see the greater good of all of it.
You're saying it's not the reason you took the position?
Yeah.
Or you wouldn't have, because you knew it didn't pay anything, you wouldn't have taken the position. Yeah.
Right.
Okay. Do you think, just knowing what you know about what the job entails and the people in your community, do you think other people would sign up for it, knowing what condition the utility's in, without at least knowing that they'd be reimbursed for their cost to do it? I'm just curious what your perspective on that is.
I'm sure they probably would.
Okay.
Would they feel the same way? Probably so. If they were put in as we were put in at that point in time. So.
A question I forgot to ask Mr. Brock when I was going to, do you feel like you all are in a better position now than you were when you showed up in August?
Yes.
2020. Okay. What specifically? Just daily operations,
All of the
finances?
above. All of the above. It was a train wreck.
So let me ask: is that a function more of the board, of Mr. Cooper, or the two combined?
All of it.
Well, so Mr. Cooper came in 21 or 22. Did it start getting better before Mr. Cooper came?
I came in just before he did.
Okay.
So it probably within weeks or maybe
Oh,
even
okay.
a month.
So
it
that
wasn't-
a lot of it's
yeah.
overlap, is what you're
Yeah.
saying between the two. Okay. All right. That's helpful. I appreciate it. Ms. Temple, when you redirect?
No, sir.
All right, thank you very much. So we'll have some post-hearing data requests. We can issue that. We have no interveners, no statutory dates, so we don't need to come up with the dates before. Would you all like to file something post-hearing after I would just say, the procedural schedule that we issue will have dates for the post-hearing data request to be responded to and a date by which, if you all want to submit comments or a brief on behalf of the district or any of the named parties, you'll be able to. We'll probably give you, at least a month after the response to the post-hearing data request. We'll issue an order as it relates to Mr. Clem's request, even though we, address that from the bench. Is there anything else that we need to take up in this case?
I don't think so, Your Honor.
Any
And the only
outstanding
named
motions?
party in this one is the water district. The
Yeah.
board members and stuff are not named in this one, so,
Okay.
yeah.
All right. Anything else? All right. Thank you very much. This hearing is adjourned.
Back at it.